by chicks. The crumbles are fine. You can come to our stand. We are at K6 stand and booth K6. You can see samples of our crumbles, and you will see that they are fine. Even DO chicks can pick them easily. So it is produced so that they can be picked up by chicks. It is formulated with best quality, highly digestible feed materials to stimulate gut development, thus ensuring fast growth in the early rearing phase. Now, when you give your birds good feed like pig, broiler, super plus, you see that the birds pick up easily. They grow very fast, starting from day zero, and then the feed is produced with high crude protein content to enable the birds to grow very fast. It is also fortified with stimulant to boost feed intake, to ensure feed digestion, to ensure feed absorption, to optimize utilization of feed by broiler birds in the early stage of rearing. Just like I said earlier, these additives will make the birds to grow very fast and meet up with your target. Then the mortality rate is low and there will be high livability. We know what the cost of DOC is now. So what advantage is it that you buy your DOC at about maybe 600-700 naira, you stock on your farm, you feed, and then you are having 5% mortality and above. If you are cutting costs with the kind of feed and materials you are using, you are losing with the stock that you have on the farm. So you need to do your comparative cost analysis and see to it that am I actually making the right choice? And the right choice is buying the pig broiler super plus crumble to use on your farm. Next slide, please. Then we have the pig broiler super plus pellet. Then this ration can be used, or it's used from day 15 to table weight. It is formulated with quality macro and micro ingredients to help broilers attain fast growth rate, good muscle development, and optimum weight within a short rearing period. It is fortified with feed additives that ensures good litter management. You know, like I said, some of us, majority of farms that I know, maybe around Ibadan and Co, they have issues with litter materials. You see, you go to some farms, you see that the birds are dirty. You ask, you haven't changed your litter. They'll say, we couldn't find litter materials. So we have to come up with additives to use in feed to ensure that the litters are not wet and they are not sticky, so that you can use them for a prolonged time. And this will also as well reduce your cost of production. So then with this feed, you have good, efficient feed conversion through optimum digestion and absorption of ingested materials. Then good dressing percentage and less fatty tissue. There's some birds, when you slaughter them, you find it difficult to dress them because of the kind of fat you see in the birds. So, but with our diet, with our feed, we have come up with this feed so that we have less fat in your animals when slaughtered. You have less fat when you prepare them, and then the palatability is top notch. And as well, when you slaughter and you prepare and you cook, you still have them in the form with which you cook them, and they don't shrink. So this is one of the advantage of our product. Intestinal health of the birds is well preserved. You cannot get adequate results with your birds when the intestinal health is affected. So our feeds ensure that the intestinal health of birds are well preserved. Next slide, please. So this is samples of our product. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring them here, but I want to plead with us that when we go to the exhibition hall, we are at booth K6. Please pay us a visit, see our product. We are here to ensure that farmers get value for their money. We are here to see that farmers get the good product which they plan to have. So when you use our product, we give you our word that you're going to get value for your money, and then we are here to give you after sales service. So thank you very much. So we are at booth K6. We await your visitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a good one from Pittsfield. Questions, clarification? Anyone? Do we have questions online? Media team? Okay. There's a question. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is not actually directed to your feed alone, but if there are other feed millers here, especially commercially produced feed companies, I'm sure I'll be speaking the mind of many farmers, poultry farmers present in this space today. But I personally have an issue with commercially produced feed, because I would liken the situation to be a sort of dancing production percentage. When you begin to use a particular feed, and then all of a sudden either production comes down or there's an issue, and we all know that there's this problem of raw materials and all that. I don't know if there's a standard or there's an organization for standardization of feed producers to follow, so that we don't have cases of or issues with our poultry, with our birds. Because truthfully, what we have been feeding our birds, especially people like me, farmers like me that use commercially produced feed, we have been having issues with our production. It's not been stable. So what can be done, or what can we do about it?
To support.
Well done, sir. I really thank you for your time and your speech, sir. So in respect to what she said, sir, so the question is not only majorly for the pig feed or other feeds also. So what I discovered rather, is that you come here and say, okay, Brella Starter this, Brella Starter Plus, which is also for all those feeds. So, you know, in a standard, we all know that Brella Starter, for the protein content, is within the range of 21 to 22%, max 23. And for the Brella Finisher, going to the range of 18 to 21. So are we now saying, now bringing in another Brella Starter Plus, Clinical Plus, with respect to what our sister said, are we now saying you are going beyond the limits, or what is going on with the Plus and the Brella Starter, based on what she said earlier, that we are just bringing in another one, complicating issues?
Plus. Market plus.
Thank you very much, sir. I won't be able to do much justice to it now, but I want you to pay us a visit at our booth. We'll dedicate our time to talk with you. But you see, this question is a general question, and I will not be able to answer this question generally, because I can only speak for pig feed. And what I want to say concerning this question is that we are here to change the narrative. If you are having unstable production with other Russians, Pig Feed is here, is an indigenous company. Pig Feed is here to change the narrative. We want a consistent means of production. If you are getting good results with us, you will continue to get good results. So give us a trial, and you will be able to convince yourself that what I said, or the question I asked the other day, will possibly be a logical fallacy for generalizing. Pig feed is different, and we are here to change the narrative.
All right, thank you very much. He's here to market their product, so that's That's his job. Okay. Okay, please come forward quickly.
Good afternoon, Sipo from South Africa. I think my question is also going to help the gentleman to market his product a bit more. I'd like us to zoom in into two things. First, feed conversion ratio. Are you able to shed more light and possibly how can you then link that to value for money that the farmers have been complaining about or at least expressing concerns about? And two, there's a point that you belabored when you were doing your presentation around mortality rates and liability. Can you also shed some more light on as far as how does specifically your ratio assist in that space? Just two. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, sir. Because of the factor of our time, I won't be able to actually answer your question properly because I may likely need to display tables, which I will be already. I'm delving into another presenter's time. But sir, yeah, you can come to our booth. I will show you data and then I will analyze to you. Thank you.
All right. Yes, please. Last question, quickly.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel. You've actually spoken well about your product. My question is this: my farm, the farm I work for, we've actually tried 3 fields, different feed, animal care, top feed, and new hope. And I'm sure these are very good fields, and then we've seen differences. Now, you've spoken for some minutes. My question is this: I haven't tried all these 3 fields, and we can still give yours a trial. I would personally talk to my boss to give yours a trial, but I just want to ask if you could, afford us a sample of your feed to take to the lab and test the quality in comparison analysis with other feed to see actually what you've spoken about is true, so that we'll be able to make our verified decision on what to do. If you can do that, thank you.
So let me do a partial answering. You want to test somebody's product to know if it is good, and you want them to supply you the sample. Go to the market, get a random product, and take to the lab. If I am to market pig feed, even if pig feed is not good, sorry, I'm not saying they are not good. They are fantastic because they've spoken well. I can give you the best of our sample. Then you take it to the lab. And you're like, wow, this is great. Okay, so I'll be buying pig feed. So the best way a farmer should do is get to the market yourself. Don't even, if they say, go for this, just do a random. Let me give you another example of what some farmers have done in some instances. Maybe you're having high mortality in your farm or some other issues. This is an idea that is practicable and it has worked. If, for example, the same company that you bought that feed from also runs the lab that you can use for tests, what you can do is that get feed from other companies. Get a sample of that, take it to them. Don't label it as the sample of their product that you are suspecting is causing problem for you, right? Tell them you bought feed from them, but you are having issues. So take 2 samples, sample A, sample B. Don't let them know which one is their own product and which one is not their own product. In some cases, in my interaction with farmers, we've realized that there are times that they have said their own product is the one giving problem. And the farmer said, yes, I wanted to catch you. That was what I did. But if the farmer had taken the samples to the lab and has labeled it as complaint A and complaint B, when they are testing, they can tell you that it is the complaint A if they are the complaint B that is giving you the problem. Do you get my point? So our advice is you go to the market yourself, pick the sample, and do what you want to do. Thank you so much. All right, so thank you. Let's put our hands together for pig feed. We just gave a consideration. There is this company, Dutrion. We told them that Otilo before because when we called them earlier, they were not here. But we pleaded their case, and they've said we should allow them to present. So let's have Dutrion come up stage. Dutron Resources Limited for their presentation, and that will be done by Mr. Kola Wale Michael Lowell. Let's put our hands together, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mr. Kola Wale Lowell, the Managing Director of Dutron Resources Limited. I would like to introduce the product and what it does. The Dutron is a transportable, non-explosive tablet that when you dissolve it in water, it will generate what we call chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide has been in existence for more than 60 years, but were mainly produced in gaseous form. It is, if I can say, it is the best water sanitizer, the best when you talk of chlorine dioxide. But then they were being produced on site in gaseous form and being connected production line for usage because it is highly capital intensive to set up. In year 2002 in Netherlands, Duca Production BV, with innovation and technology, they produced this product in tablet forms so that it can be easily accessed by small-scale farmers, homes, and all that. This product, when you dissolve it in water, this tablet in water, it will generate the chlorine dioxide, which you can now use in more than 100 different applications. There is no microorganism, harmful microorganism on earth that Dutron cannot eliminate or kill, whether in water or in the environment. We have different dosages to apply once we identify the name or we realize the symptoms, and that is the best method to contain any viral outbreak, be it AI, Newcastle, Gumboro, and all that. By killing the virus is the best option. And when you want to apply this product for disinfection, when you apply it, it has no adverse effects on human, the animal or the livestock, and also the environment. When you are doing your disinfection, you did not disinfect your birds, the animals, and everything in the pen. You have not done a thorough disinfection. That is why viral infections are thriving. You are not killing them, you are combating them with oral drugs. They will continue to spread. So now this product is made of sodium chloride, which is the main active ingredient. Though it's a brand of chlorine dioxide, but there is no single chlorine in it. Sodium hydrogen sulfate. Thank you. Sodium hydrogen sulfate. Then we have disodium carbonate. Then hydrogen peroxide. You see, all these ingredients, like you know, you can use hydrogen peroxide for water sanitizing. Yes. But with the combination of all this, if you go online and read more about sodium chloride, it's medicinal on its own. It's highly medicinal. So at certain dosages of Dutron in the water, you can use this also to treat so many diseases in livestock at cheaper rate. So we use the product, like I've mentioned, in more than 100 different applications, like human drinking water as a better alternative to chlorine and STH, and it's chlorine free. It is about 850% stronger than the oxidizing capacity of chlorine. It's, you can use it in aquaculture. You don't need to be draining your water in your fish pond. You can use this for so many applications. And we have so many certifications of Dutron worldwide. So I'm rushing because of the time. Now let's look at how you can effectively apply Dutron in your farm, for instance. So for broiler, you can use it to disinfect the brooding room to eliminate pathogens. And I want to let you know that all those wool shavings you normally use as litters for the bedding, you need to get them disinfected before you stock. Eliminate pathogens both in their drinking water, using Dutron at recommended dosages. You don't need a single antibiotics to brood. They will hardly fall sick. What makes your birds and animals to fall sick are microorganisms. Get rid of them. They will convert their feed well, clear their guts from all forms of pathogens. They convert their feed better. Odor in the pen will be reduced by more than 80%. So with use of Dutron, slime will be taken care of. Slimes are formed as a result of growth of fungus, bacteria, yeast in the water lines. Since it's a water sanitizer, it does that. It eliminates them, and also deslime your piping systems. As they are drinking the water, it's also performing those functions. So when you apply Dutron also in the water, increase FCR, then increase their water intake. As their feed intake the FCR increases, their waste, that is their excretions, also reduces. So this will result to increase in egg production, the increase in egg size. If you're having problem with that, yes, Dutron can take care of that. Then you can also use it to disinfect. I've mentioned this while the birds are there. What you are seeing, this is a farm that used Dutron, multivitamins, Lasota Gumburu vaccines to brood. No articocin, no CROD. This is how we train the farmers. You disinfect occasionally, get rid of pathogens there. Then apply Dutron in their drinking water. They hardly fall sick. They are just 3 weeks old. So at 3 weeks with Dutron, you are going to have an average weight of about 1 kg or 1.1 kg if you buy a good breed. So there is a way we advise our customers to feed their broilers when they are using our product, because they grow faster. So the normal norm of super starter and order for this, we reduce it before we introduce the finisher. So you can also use Dutron for plants, crops, and seed. I believe some crop farmers are also here. So you can use it. There's no pathogens that can threaten you in your farm if you are using Dutron. Be it crop, tomato, cassava, cocoa, ginger, name them. So what you just need it at recommended dosage, just spray. What it's going to do is that it eliminates the pathogen. They may be in the stem, they may be in the leaf, it could be nematode. It gets rid of them within 1 minute, and after that, the product turns to water. And it's going to help the leaves of the plant to be greenish. Photosynthetic will be able to take place more. More root will be formed under the ground for them to be able to drain more nutrients, for them to grow faster and bear more fruits. So you can also use for preservation of the seed, the crops. Some people don't know that when you buy some of these fruits, they get decayed as a result of bacteria, pathogens in them. You can spray Dutron on it to extend the shelf life of your seed, of your crops before storage. So you can also use Dutron. If you are a farmer, you have drilled your borehole for more than 5 years, take sample to the lab. If you notice E. coli in it, use Dutron to disinfect your borehole. It's very simple. Just buy a tablet. We teach you, pour it to the hole. You don't need to leave it for like 12 hours. It gets the borehole disinfected. And then the following day, you can start using the water. You don't need to remove your pumping machine. You don't need to reintroduce any other thing. After the disinfection, you can take sample of that water to the lab. It will be pathogen free. So there are so many benefits when you use Dutron. So at the same time, if you are I think fish farmers, you can use it for hatching. Also, if you are DOC producers as well, in your hatchery, you can also use Dutron to disinfect everything you have, to get rid We have used Dutron in Nigeria. I have taken part in more than 10 farms where they have AI infection, and we got success. There is method we use to combat it. The virus can be killed. And we have recommended dosage of Dutron in their drinking water to clear the lungs of those birds of the virus. It's a new innovation in livestock industry. Presently, you may not be able to get our product in veterinary because it's never a drug. It's never a drug. And we have about 154 Dutron agents in 33 states in Nigeria. More than 95% of them are farmers. We accredit farmers to sell the product. The way they use it and they are getting results, they can easily explain to other customers that may be interested. So at the same time, this product, it has share life in tablet form. It has share life of about 3 years. Then when you generate the stock solution, you can store the stock solution for about up to 60 days. And you can be using it gradually. So, thank you very much. Then we have, because of the time, that was why maybe I've been skipping some things. We have dosing pumps. If you have run a big farm, instead of you dissolving it on your own, you can get part of our dosing pump. You can, so that you dissolve it, it will be the one, you can regulate the dosage on our dosing pump. Thank you for the audience, for the attention given so far.
Thank you. Yeah, before we do question and answer, please can we have Kemin Industries Limited? Can you please send is a representative available? Kemin or Kemin? Okay. Do we have the presenter for FDH? Then Agro-Merit. Kemin, FDH, or Agro-Merit? Okay, now we can go into question and answers. Media, do we have questions? 1. We will not allow questions to bring question. Okay, 2. Okay.
Thank you. That presentation is a very wonderful one.
Thank you, sir.
But I have a little challenge, because I know that any activity that will bring stress to the birds should be avoided in any form. I looked at what was shown there, and somebody was spraying broiler birds. Yes. Is there no other way that we can apply it? Because you and I know that once there is stress, I don't want to emphasize this too much. Yeah. Even if they are in the cage and you are spraying, there will be issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For that, if you are using Dutron, your broilers become stronger. You can see how many they are. And there is none of them that has issues. It energizes them, it makes them stronger. Even though you are subjecting them to stress, it has no adverse effect on them. That is Dutron. You can see the numbers of the broilers being sprayed. And all of them were very active, because the person started using Dutron from day old. So the same thing applies. So with that, they were able to resist most of these diseases. So you can also combine Dutron with so many drugs, including antibiotics, to improve their potency. You can also use Dutron disinfected water to do your vaccination. to increase the potency of the vaccine. So if you are into layers productions and you use cage, yes. So you can, with Dutron, you can vaccinate your birds once in 5 or 6 months. Their temperature level won't drop. That is what you have noticed in the last 2-3 years in Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Alo. I wish you tell us, at least you are in the Southwest, how many farms have used this product and what are their testimonies? What was their experiences? Thank you. Excluding me.
We're supposed to start from him because he is one of our customers. We have numerous farmers. Like I've mentioned, we have 154 agents in 33 states in Nigeria. Most of them, more than 95% of them are farmers. And our office is based in Lagos. So we have so many farms that used our product. So we had a lot of testimony. I don't know, can you project the video of a woman that has issue? Okay, you have used it. I know some farmers have used it, they kept quiet because that has been their habit. They said before other people will know, they want to make money. If you are using Dutron, let me be honest with you. If you are using Dutron for broilers, if you are making 30% profit before, you will make minimum of 50% profit. It will reduce their feed consumption. They don't excrete frequently. Excretion of frequent excretion means wastage of your feed. They are not converting it. Okay? They drink more water. You and I know that the body of broilers or animals are made of about 85, composition is about 85% of water. They consume more water, they hardly have diarrhea. There are many benefits with Dutron. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fola Shade Liadi. I can testify to the product. I use it in my farm and it's working perfectly well. Up to date, I'm still using Dutron.
So where's your farm? Where's your location, man?
Lagos, it's in Lagos.
Where, what part of Lagos?
Egon, Alimosho.
I've never met her. So
Yeah,
maybe probably you buy from one of our agents.
From Latino, at Kotun, and at Yanokpaja.
At Yanokpaja.
Yeah.
So we have so many agents that personally, I have so many big farms that are using our product. Big farms, 100,000 and above, both in their farms. Sir, can you help us, sir? I want you to share your experience, sir.
I have a question.
Okay, sir.
Thank you for the illustration. My question is that can you use, because I've used it before.
Used Dutron before?
Yes.
Okay.
But I just want to ask, can you use Dutron for older birds? Because I'm a layers farmer. I do broilers too, okay, but specialize in layers. Okay. Can you use Dutron on older birds that you've not started, that you did not start Dutron with?
Yes, you can use it. But before you use it, if they have started laying, we are going to ask you a series of questions. Because before you can use Dutron, we ask you some questions. We want to establish on our own the health status of your bird. Number one, if you are layers, we want to know when was the last time you vaccinated them. I mean, you dewormed them. If they have worm in them, if you apply Dutron, your production will be going down. Reason be that it gives more strength to those worms to start draining them more because they also enjoy Dutron. So, yes, that is our discovery. So, we want to know when was the last time, if you deworm them very close to 2 months, we ask you to go and deworm them first before you now introduce Dutron. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yes, that is the first thing for layers.
Please come again. I was distracted by that.
If your layers are already laying, before you can use Dutron, we will ask you when was the last time you dewormed them. If it's very close to 2 months, we ask you to first of all deworm them because we know that the worms once have started growing in them. Deworm them, then before you can use Neutron. If you don't deworm them, your production will be going down because they have worm. Those worms will also be enjoying Neutron to drain more nutrient from your layers. So,
what of other broilers?
Irrespective of, provided your broilers or birds or animal can drink water, you can apply Neutron. But we ask you questions, then be able to guide you.
Okay. What is your boot section again?
N4. Our boot number is N4.
N for Nigeria.
Yes, N for Nigeria.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together for them. Let's not be tired. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful one. And we also appreciate the fact that we have farmers in the house who were able to testify to their product and speak one of two, advantages that they got using their product over other, just their normal operations. Those are the testimonies that we'll need. Anything that will aid us and aid our production to be much better. So at this juncture, we're going to have another presentation. Like I said earlier, we are going to have also a discussion about us farmers, our products, our pricing, things that determine most of those things, and what we can do to help this entire thing. The industry needs a serious intervention, which most times starts with us, as farmers. But before we have that, we're going to also have one or two discussions from a team that just moved in from Lagos now, the USA. So I would like to invite upstage Deacon Toromade to lead this next session. Deacon Toromade, please, you have the floor. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together.
Great farmers, are you not happy to be here today? Great farmers, no farmer. My name is Toromade Francis. I am the Director General of Premier Agribusiness Academy, equally the Project Director for Nigerian Soy Excellence Center. I brought to you today good news. Won't you clap for me for that? Soya, there's nobody here who is a poultry farmer who does not know soya beans. There's no feed miller who does not know soya beans, and it's considered about 30% of what our chicken take as feed. There have been challenges for maize supply and soya supply. Interestingly today, I brought people behind soya to this podium, to this meeting. People that are behind the genetic production, research of soya beans. How it has come from 1 ton per hectare to 2.5 to 3 tons. The person behind it is here. The Nigerian Soybean Association president is here. A soya commercial farmer who have thousands of hectares. They are here to tell us whether we should close our poultry pen or poultry business or we should remain, because they are telling me that soya is going to be abundant in supply. So I'm not here to hype. They are here to tell us. But before then, let me quickly run through the impact of what we do in Nigerian Soybean Excellence Center. Let me quickly run through. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, before that, there are challenges in Nigeria. By 2050, our population will be 400 million. If by now that we are 220 million, we cannot feed ourselves, what will happen when we are now 400 million? You could see, unfortunately, I cannot see this thing clearly. Okay, maybe I can even read from here. Now, they said 32% of Nigerian children under the age of 5 are stunted as a result of malnourishment. 90% of, sorry, this thing is not stable. Actual production of Nigeria, sorry, it's not, output is inefficient. Small scale farmers. Please, next slide. I don't have time. Why is USEC pursuing soya excellence center? It's okay. Why is USEC pursuing? It's not stable here. That's challenging. It's not stable. The reason why USEC is in Nigeria is to connect excellence in agriculture to a healthy and prosperous future. We seek to support the agricultural foundation for a healthy and growing Nigeria. I have here the soya breeder. The United States of America paid for the curriculum in thousands of dollars for them to develop our soya beans in Nigeria and educate farmers. So far, I'm going to give you the statistics of the number of farmers that we have impacted. One of them is here live, that's going to testify. Next. Yes, it's not changing. It's not changing here, please. Okay, this is the statistics. This thing is not stable. Technical people, please, it's not stable. Okay. Now, the point is this: we are here to a center lead for this program. Next. There is 10-year conceptualization. We are here for only 10 years, out of which I spent 4. Next. Who is controlling this thing, please? I have limited time. Please. Now, the poultry between 2020 and 2023, we have done 20 trainings, 20 cohorts for poultry management, and 902 Nigerians have participated. For aquaculture, is 5 trainings, 277 participants. For feed milling, 7 trainings, 476 participants. Then for agronomy, which is soya beans we are talking about, 181 participants. In all, up to date is 38 trainings. And these are spread in the southwest, southeast, north central, even south. So those are the places we have done the training. Overall, we have trained 1,836 Nigerians. And I know in this all, we have those who have benefited from training. If you have attended our training, come please raise up your hand. You have read, please come you please stand up for recognition. Stand up for recognition. These are the people, even Madam had attended the training. So we are not here to tell stories. Thank you very much. Please sit down. I even have the National PRO of Catfish and Allied Fish Association of Nigeria in our midst. Please stand up for recognition. That is president for Lagos State. You know, we are doing poultry show. This is catfish people. They are here. So you could see, you know what, please have your seat. Next slide, please. Now, what are we talking about? The production of soybean Nigeria 2011 to 2012 is 1 ton yield per hectare. That's the average yield of soybeans in Nigeria. 1 yield per hectare. But I have the good news here that the soya breeder from IITA, who multiplies soya beans, the way you breed chicken, they breed soya too. The man is here. Dr. Abu Shabibi is here. You hear him live. They have been able to, they have variety that can do 3.5 tons per hectare. And I have a farmer here who is currently doing 2.5 tons per hectare from 1 ton. That means that the price of our soya can crash by half. That is what it means. If the average yield move from 1 ton to 2 tons, that means we are talking about 50% reduction in price. Please, a round of applause for the sponsors of this program, because it's a lot of money they paid for the breeder, for the curriculum developer. It's a lot of money they pay for Kansas State University to develop for poultry, aquaculture develop for aquaculture, a lot of money for Kansas State for the feed milk track. They spent a lot of money. Next. Now, this is the statistics from 2013 to 2024 is 1 ton yield per hectare. Next. So this statistic is saying that presently we are 20 million. Our growth rate, population growth is 2.35 per annum. By 2050 we'll be 400 million. Our soya consumption in Nigeria is 1 kg per person per year. In America it's 55 kilo per person per year. So we have a long way to go. Can you imagine? Even if we move from 1 kg to 5 kg, there will be pressure on soya supply. In Nigeria, there will be pressure. So we are now saying, even if at 1 kg, by year 2050, what we are going to need is 400,000 tons per annum. There will be a gap of 180,000 tons. Where are we going to get it from? That is the reason why you and I should go into soya production. No matter what you do, go into soya production. When you go into soya production, then maybe we can meet up. But otherwise, if we do not meet up, our chicken must feed. Sometimes ago, the federal government gave allocation of importation of soya beans to at least to solve a problem in the livestock industry. Uninterestingly, the soya that came to Nigeria are from Argentina, they are from Brazil. They have come to reap where they have not sown. No Argentine, no Brazilian has ever impacted any Nigeria, either in human capacity development or in anything. But USEC has been able to do that. A round of applause for USEC. So that's what we are saying. In case there's any gap in supply, our chicken will not wait. There's a need for importation. Please let us remember those who are sown into our business. That is when they can be encouraged to sow more. Next. So what are we talking about? I have the national president, Nigerian Soybean Association here, Mr. Ayodele Iwala. He's here to tell us briefly, 2 minutes or 3 minutes maximum, what has been the impact of this training among your association members. Can you please come with a round of applause for the national president of Nigerian Soybean Association? This training that is sponsored by USEC.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We felt the impact of USEC in introducing deep management practices in soybean production. And this project in soybean production started in 1982, more plantation in Ibadan, in which I was personally involved. And the yield, as he has said, 1 ton, but with the training, proper management, good seed, the environment, and timely planting, we have gotten increase in yield from 2 tons to 2.5. But from my own personal field, I normally get 3 tons because of the management. So with proper management and with the development of high-yielding varieties by IITA, one could be able to get about 3 tons maximum. And with the research he has conducted, we have been able to get varieties that could be combined harvested. So it's no more labor. You can use your combine to harvest, because the first pod you are realizing is about 12 inches above the ground, not the 6 inches above the ground. With the technology and with advisory, and with technology developed by IIT, the use of nodumas increase yield by 30%. If you use nodumas at the correct time, with the correct direction, you'll be able to get more. So with what USEC has done, there are a lot of increases in soybean yield production, both from the north and the south. But in where you have higher amount of phosphorus, you get 60% increase in yield. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him. You have heard him, but it is important to hear from the soya breeder. The person is here alive, Dr. Abush Abebe. Like I've said, USEC sponsored this program to develop the curriculum. IITA developed the curriculum. He was part of it. And he's here to tell us the potential of soybeans yield in Nigeria. Doctor, please help me clap for him as he share with us what his experience is. Dr. Abush.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I would like to tell you that Nigeria is one of the largest producers of soybean in Africa. But in terms of yield per unit area, I would say we are not doing very well. So we still have a lot to do to improve the national average. As it was said, explained before, the national average is around 1 ton per hectare. If we compare it with the Africa average, the whole of Africa average is around 1.4 ton per hectare. The global average is around 2 point something. 1.8 something. But in the US and Brazil, they get up to 3.5 ton national average, 3.5 ton. Brazil, US. Can you see the gap? How big the gap is that? So right now, the total area allocated to soybean production is close to 1 million hectare. But we are getting only 1 million, around 700 to 800 ton of soybean. What is the problem? What is the real problem? The primary one is variety, good variety. Some of the varieties that are in production are released in 2014, long ago. Some are 2008, 2010, long ago. So there was no regular updating the new varieties for production with, aggressive variety testing program. So that was missing. And plus, the extension system has to closely work with farmers so that farmers adopt the agronomic practices. What are these agronomic practices? We'll talk about them. So variety alone cannot give good yield. And agronomic practice cannot also guarantee good yield unless both combine together. I can give you an example of human being. As everyone can understand, there are people who are naturally sleep. It doesn't matter how they eat, or it doesn't matter how they are comfortable. Genetically, if they are like that, it doesn't matter what you feed them, you see. Similarly, in crops, it doesn't matter for some varieties, it doesn't matter how much fertilizer you put, how much crop management practice you put. There are varieties that doesn't give you the yield that you are expecting. But there are varieties also that can respond to the management practice that you are giving them. The management practice that you are following, the input you are applying, the fertilizer, the Nudumax and everything, the planting time, all the crop management practice you are giving them. So if you combine a variety that can respond to a good agronomic practice, plus if you follow all the agronomic practices, then it is possible to get at least, in my assessment so far, it is possible to double the soybean production in Nigeria. It's possible, but we need to work on seed system, agronomic practice, and good varieties. Farmers need to really get training and awareness creation programs where they can learn how to improve their production practices. And we need to update the varieties regularly so that, varieties are, sensitive to environment, One variety that is good in one environment cannot be good in the other environment. So we need to develop varieties for different agroecologies that can perform well in different environmental conditions. So that is what we are doing in IITA. We are developing varieties, testing them in different environmental conditions and selecting the best ones that can respond to the management practice. So when we talk to management practice, they all mentioned it before, the Nodumax, the fertilizer, good quality seed, the time of planting, the weed management, the spacing, plant population that you are using, all best practices combined that can give good yield in soybean, that can improve soybean productivity in Nigeria.
May I ask you a question? Yeah. Who sponsored this program? Because I know IIT is international, but who sponsored this program? Because they just introduced me to you. Who?
The U.S. Soybean Export Council, is the USEC, is the one who sponsored us. We gave several trainings partnering with the Premier Agribusiness, and then we gave quite a number of agronomic practice training to farmers. I think the number I saw is about 181 almost every year. We give that training. I think so many experts in the country have got that training, but we want that training also to go down to the farmers. Those who have been trained should also go to their respective locations and give training to farmers so that farmers also will practice the best agronomic practices.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bush. Now, I have pleasure in bringing on board here a soya commercial farmer who happened to be a student beneficiary of this training. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Yemisi Obimbe. You are welcome. A round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great farmers, no farmer. We have to give kudos to them. They've been doing excellent work when it comes to soya production. When I went into soya production in 2009, yes, in 2009, I was able to get 1 ton. As at 2020, I was able to get 1 ton, 0.5 per hectare. But to the glory of God and to them also, last 2 years ago, so USEC, about 2 years ago, we went for a training in Abuja. And after the training and the support of the researchers and the scientists, I can say boldly today that I'm getting above 2.5 on 5,000 hectares. As at 2021, we're able to produce 22,000 tons in Southwest. Last year, we were able to produce 65,000 tons, which I can also rekindle your hope that we can do more. By end of this year, I can boldly say to you that we are going to get 130 tons. So there is hope for us to get to that 400,000 tons in another 2 years by the grace of God. With the support of Poultry Association. You all want us to support you. You don't want us to export. I need to talk on it. As much as the Poultry Association needs soya, remember the nation also needs hard currency. We need to grow our economy. The only way we can work together to export to meet the need of the government and also to meet the need of the Poultry Association of Nigeria is for you people to come for training. You need knowledge. We have large lands. There is no farmer, there is no poultry member that will have a poultry farm without having a land. You can also plant where you are farming, even if it's just 1 hectare. With good agronomic practice, you can get up to 3.5 because you are not doing it on a large scale. If I'm producing on 5,000 hectares and I'm getting 2.5, I want to assure you that if you do on 5 tons, or 5 hectares or 10 hectares, you can still achieve that 3 tons with proper management. Thank you.
A round of applause for her. But before you leave, you said before the training you knew your level.
Yes, sir.
And after the training
I'm in another level totally.
Level change.
Yes.
A round of applause for you, sir, for that. My own take here is this. Nobody is forcing anybody to import anything. Are you hearing me now? In fact, it's good to be self-sufficient. That's our plan. But we are not in control of population growth. If the population is growing faster than the supply, definitely there will be a gap. Anytime there is a gap, please don't buy Argentina soya. Don't buy Brazilian soya. Remember USOI. Remember USEC. They have invested heavily. Every year they invest dollars on stakeholders here. And it is a lot of the farmers like you that donated to impart Nigerians. Please just take note of that. I'm not saying we should not be self-sufficient. Let everybody go out to go and grow soya beans, but a situation where there's a gap and there's a need for import. Please think USOI, don't go Argentina, don't go to Brazil. So I have last person here, the last CAFAM president is equally a beneficiary. Please, can you please come forward? He's the president and he's equally a student. He was a beneficiary of the program. Please, share, please, a round of applause for him.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And first and foremost, I want to say a very big congratulations to the poultry farmers. When I came in and I saw all of the things happening, I said, man, this is a challenge to the fish farmers too. And I can bet you next fish event that we're going to have too should be at par with this. I won't say we'll be bigger than this, but it should be at par with this. So this is the definition of wearing two caps. You know, this is what I was wearing. And as an ambassador of USOI, I have to put this and put this on. So if you've not seen somebody wearing two caps before, you've seen one. I'm wearing two caps. Interestingly, I was one of those picked as a trainer. There was a training of the trainers program by USOI 2 years ago. And I was fortunate to be amongst the 6 that were picked in Nigeria. Without connection, I did not know anybody. And I just put in for the thing, and I think it was picked on merit. And that has really helped me a big deal because I'm a trainer. I studied fisheries and aquatic biology, and to my master's, my PhD is in view. But when I went in for the USEC training, I felt as if I didn't know anything because those that trained us are professionals from all over the world, Kansas State University and the rest. So I'm a better trainer today. And after that training too, I've been privileged to train other farmers. I was part of those that trained the farmers in Port Harcourt last year. And today, all of the things, the interactions we had in the class too, has really helped us at the farmers level, at the association level. And now we are better fish farmers in the country because of that training. And to wrap it up too, there's an arm of the USOI. The thing that is not just about, they are not just giving us fish, but they are training us or teaching us how to rear fish. And they've given so much in terms of CSR in training, which is affecting us all in the aquaculture sector in Nigeria. And there's an arm of the USEC too, which is called WISH, World Initiative for Soya and Human Health. I'll be in Zambia next week on their full sponsorship, even not myself alone, some other farmers in the country. Thank you very much.
And a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. So, please, on this note, I want to, because I'm wearing two caps here, though you are seeing only one here. But I quickly want to, next slide, please. I need to share with you. Next slide, please. Who is controlling this? We have the executives of USOI, those people that are encouraging the human capacity developing Nigeria. Pleased to introduce to you Paul Bock is the executive director, Soil Excellence Center and Special Opportunities. I also have Kevin Romke, this is the regional director, South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. Our team lead in Nigeria is Dr. Michael David, and all of them are based, Paul Bock and Kevin Romke are there in abroad, but David is here with us. Please, in appreciation of the good work they are doing for us in Nigeria, please, I would like us to give them a round of applause in absentia. In our class, they are used to a type, the Nigerian way of greeting people. When we stand up, say, 3 gbosas. Nobody do 3 gbosas. Can we just do 3 gbosas for them? 1, 2, 3, go. Go, sir. Go, sir. Go, sir. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And why I go to the second cap that I'm wearing. The second cap that I'm wearing has to do with, please let them put that slide, is about the challenge in our pricing, product pricing in our business. I want a nutritionist in this garden to please come up. A nutritionist. If you are a nutritionist, animal nutritionist, please come up. I want a feed miller to come up. And I want an accountant to come up, please. Quickly, 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 quickly. You have a nutritionist here. Okay, we don't have. So, in our management, before this nutritionist can produce good feed that can price well, you need a good procurement department that will buy 5, they are called it 5 R's in procurement. Right quality in right quantity at the right price from the right source at the right time. The moment you fulfill that, 50% of the problem is solved. Then you have taken problem away from this man called the nutritionist. Now, this nutritionist, not everybody have them in your settings. All farmers here, you assume you are a nutritionist. You assume everything. And you cannot say you want to, you are a president of a nation using a spike rider to fly a aircraft. You can't use a spike rider to fly aircraft. You can't say you want to perform a surgery, you now use a butcher man to come and butcher you. No, that's exactly what you are doing. So you need nutritionists. So when 12% moisture maize that you bought or you bought in November, when it's getting to January, it's no more 12%. It has come out to about 10. How many people factor in the 2% moisture loss in your formulation? That's why your price is high. You thought you are in business, but you are in business. B-U-S-Y. You are not in business. So these are issues that when you need to employ qualified nutritionists, that is if you are not buying finished feed. But if you are buying finished feed, talking from the accounting point of view, there are things you don't factor when you are costing. You have sold your goods. Some of your goods are expired, they return it. You still count them as sales. They are not sales. They have reduced your value of sales. But how many takes into consideration of that? You have used your vehicle to transport them in. They call them carriage inward. How many people factor that in your costing? And you want to deliver to customers, they call it carriage inward. Because I'll carriage outward. Because it's your truck. No, what is our truck? Let our truck deliver. It's at a cost. It's at a cost. So all these things, if you factor them into your costing, you will discover that you are selling at loss, and interestingly, you are looking at your neighbor that is selling at a price. Do you know the source of his income? Whether it's using that poultry as a, you understand? It's not his main source of income. So he's ready to sell at loss in the next 2 years. If you follow him, your business will sink. Please, I want to advise you, do your proper costing very well. Don't follow your neighbor. You cannot be traveling and be using your friend's headlamp to travel. Maybe to about 100 meters you can, but you are going to Kaduna from here, you want to use your friend's headlamp to travel, you may have accident too. So please, let's be very careful in our costing. Every aspect must be taken care of. Shrinkage loss, the carriage inwards, carriage outwards, all those money, your vehicle. You think it's your vehicle, you are buying fuel. You don't even depreciate your asset. And if you do this, you will know that you are not in business. And it's better to be in business so that your business can be sustained. It's better you go for a software. There are software that can do this for you. That will take care of shrinkage, all these I've just mentioned. You see Guinness in Guinness, ExxonMobil in ExxonMobil, they don't use just anyhow software. ERP, they call it entrepreneur resource planning. They don't use anyhow. I don't think there's any particular one in agribusiness now. You don't see any bank using Sage. No bank will use Sage to transact banking business. They call it Phoniku. There's a particular one they use. Finaku, they use Finaku. If you go to ExxonMobil, they use SAP. They use Oracle. You can't do that in agribusiness. But let us look for a software that can take care of all these our costs, so that at the end of the day, we want to be in business in 10 years. By our nonchalant attitude and inexperience, the business is closed. I wish every one of you the best of luck. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, let's put our hands together very well for them. That was a very great one. Ending it with us, bringing out the consciousness in us about pricing and what we have to do. You have a question, sir? Okay. For him. Oh, okay. So, somebody said something here? Oh, okay. He said he has a question for you. All right, let's quickly hear him out.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Umar Kibia Usman, the former chairman, Poultry Association of Nigeria, Kano, the current national vice president, Northwest, the deputy chairman, Afan Kano, of Farmer Association of Nigeria, Kano, a poultry farmer, a crop producer, a livestock farmer. So when I heard you talking of the soya beans production, I was personally so disappointed. That is one, because the Northwest was excluded in all your trainings. And I'm telling you that the Northwest is one of the major producers of the soya beans, whether you like it or not. My son of 20 years old just started soya beans production this year, this farming period. He's 20 years old, he's a graduate of economics, and I didn't tell him to go to seek for work or anything. I told him go back to farming, and his first set is soya beans production. So if these youths that are coming up now in the northern part of Nigeria will equally get this kind of training you are impacting in other parts of the country, I think the projection of the 2050 that you are talking of the 400 million, the population is coming from there. A lot of people are farming soya beans, but they are not getting this training you are giving. So what we request from the northwest part of Nigeria and even the northeast part of Nigeria, which I still represent, that you should take this training down there so that those that are already producing soya will have a multiplier effect. I am doing rice production now, seriously. Per hectare, I do 100 kg of 80 bags in a hectare. My projection is 100 for 1 hectare, which is achievable. I started from 40, and it grows to almost 100 now. So for soya beans that we've started, my son has started, but I am going there to that soya bean production. If not because Mrs. Blessing said I should come here, I didn't want to come here, because I want something that when I come, I will equally benefit from whatever is being presented here. So if the Northwest will not enjoy all these goodies we are talking, then I come for this program every year. This is almost my 10th year coming to Ogun State. I have never for one day skipped. She's there to testify. I have heard of all these your trainings, IPP. I've attended IPP personally. Personally, I've traveled to Atlanta, Georgia. I've gone to Paris Life. So I've gone to so many of these agri shows. Why? Because I want to build my knowledge in crop production and other things. So I think what we are requesting for me from Northwest, all my friends here are from the Northwest. He's from Katsina, and he's from Katsina too. I have the other one in Zamfara. So all of us are people that are interested in all these kind of opportunities that will give the youth and the current farmers to have the kind of technology they need. Most of us are having problem of seed. You are talking of seeds. Yes, a lot of seeds are just brought into the farms, and that's the production line is not going as it's supposed to be. So we have to have qualities seeds that will go with our kind of soil. Then secondly is mechanization. We are still using hand tools, labor, hard labor to go into production. Where are you going to? Then a lot of states have dams all around, but they are not equally using their irrigation facilities perfectly and equitably. So if you must feed this nation and export, all I'm expecting is go down there to where the production line is. Train people that will do the 3 cycles of farming for irrigation. That is, for me, I do 3 cycles, 3 months, 3 months, 1 month resting, another 3 months, 1 month resting, another 3 months. So I do rice, wheat. I do rice twice, then I do wheat. So all this is the opportunities down for us. So we are saying is, whatever you are giving down here, the trainings, the opportunities, kindly exceed it down to us. And we are ready at any given time. If you say move, we are going to move today. Thank you very much.
So I have here their names and their signation and the initial plan. I'm coming. The initial plan is to call them up for their goodwill message. But what he has said is the goodwill message. Yes, because somebody who has been coming here for 10 years, I'm not sure there's a better way to express his feelings and expectations than what they have done. I think the only thing I will just do, especially for those who are at that corner, who might not have seen very well the remaining one, please can you stand up for recognition? Ajim Umar Libya Usman, the Pan National Vice President from Kano, Alam Umar Jayo Abdullahi Pan Katsina, and also Bature Usman Pan Katsina. They flew all the way from the north to come and join us. We want to recognize your presence here, to come and join us in this year's poultry show, which always done annually. And he has said, a lot of things about the expectations, about what is happening. And like we said yesterday, as a communique we are going to also forward to the government. I want to assure you that we're going to include some of the things you have said and add them and say that there is a better hope for us, there's a better way we'll do things with everybody being on board. If your 20 years old child is into that without being coerced into it, then do we all need to japa for this nation to be better? Of course, this is all that we need. Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for them one.
I think what I want to tell you is my first home is Lagos. My first home is Lagos because I grew in the southwest part of Nigeria, but I relocated back to the north. My son is currently in Ekiti. My second son is in 200 level, studying architecture in Upward, and he's doing well too. So what I'm saying here is, give us the opportunity. Everybody has equal rights in this country to have anything, anywhere. If we keep on having one sidelines, all these things, we will never go anywhere. Production is good, and we have the lands and the available capacity to do it. So please extend all these gestures to down here. I will be in Atlanta in January again. My visa is ready, and I will be there. And I will go and check all these things. I was in France last year. So all these things we are doing is for us to come train. If we cannot even do it, we will train others to do. And I've been doing these things for children of secondary school, graduates of SS3. I do personal lectures for them for a traditional development. Why? Because you have to catch them young. So this is my only request. I'm not here to say that we are not doing anything good. You are doing something good, but please extend it down to the south, northwest.
Thank you. Just before I give this microphone, a round of applause for him. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. I like the kind of fight he's fighting. I like this kind of complaints. But by the time we tell you our own side of the story, maybe you will understand. Now, we were formerly doing this training in IITA. There was a complaint 2 years ago that, who are we training? The soya farmers are in the north, we are training in the southwest. So we were forced since 2 years ago, we were doing this thing in Abuja. So, but maybe the national the National Farming Association president will be able to talk more about it. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. The invitation is sent to every state chairman. If you are from Samfara, go and see Alaji Dansadao. You are in Kano. I have a chairman in Kano. I will check. Yes, I will give you. We have state chairmen in all the states. And once the announcement is out, they put it on radio, they put it in papers that apply. But once you are ready, Samfara people have attended, Yobe people have attended, Jigawa have attended. Katsina, you look when you attend meetings, when you relate with the national headquarters, you get the information. Please find time to relate with the center, and you get the information.
Just one thing. The last training, the one we did, the training we did last year. We were supposed to train 50 people. I personally paid for how many people? About 6 people. The class was not filled up. No, what I'm trying to say, I'm saying there was an announcement, people did not turn up. So I have to pay for the remaining people. So there was an awareness, people don't turn up. What do we do? So this is the this is the person to see. And we are ready to connect. I'm going to give you my card. Any other training we are going to do, I will personally contact you. Oh, people, that's good. That's good.
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together for them. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. In Nigeria, there's something we all know, that sometimes when there are some projects, especially agricultural projects, we have more political farmers who benefit than the actual farmers. We have more people who get these intervention funds, who are the political farmers, who don't know the road to the farm, who don't own farms, but the real farmers are the ones who don't get them. So when some of these things happen, we understand, okay? But we will continue to press and make our statement and ensure that the right thing is done. Thank you so much. We move on now to the last set of presentations before we close for the day. And I want to welcome up stage the representative of Kemin Industries Limited, Mrs. Gerrit Ferreria. I hope I got that correctly. Okay. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Please, let's put our hands together for them.
Presentation. Great farmers, no farmer. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Olajire Oladipo, the key account manager, Kemin Industries Nigeria Limited. Kemin is here this afternoon to give you a presentation on what we titled as mitigating the high cost effect of feed in Nigeria using the Kemin enzyme concept. And this afternoon, the presentation will be given by our consulting nutritionist, Mr. Gary Ferrari, all the way from South Africa. Towards the end of the presentation, I will also come on stage to share brief things with us about enzymes from Kemin that are available in the industry in Nigeria. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for listening to me this afternoon. I want to thank Kemin for getting me here in Nigeria. It's my first visit here. I must say it's a little bit hot for me. I can handle the heat, but the humidity, so I will be sweating a bit. Yes, so I'm going to talk on feed enzymes. Can you just go to the next slide? Okay, so we'll look at 3 things. What is the definition of what is an enzyme? and when we look at feed enzymes and then formulating with enzymes. Okay, first, so what is a definition of an enzyme? Next one. Okay, an enzyme is a biological catalyst, and this is always, virtually always a protein. It speeds up the rate at which specific reactions are finished. You're going too quick with the slides? Okay. So then what is a catalyst? It is a substance that accelerates chemical reactions. So if you go to the next one. The next slide, okay. Enzymes are substrate specific. You can see from the slides here, let me just switch that on. The form is too quick for me. Okay. You can see that the substrate is the orange or reddish one, and it must slot into the enzyme. But it must be specific. So enzymes are specific to this substrate. So if you've got squares, a substrate that is forms of squares, that enzyme cannot break it open. So it's very specific to the substrate. Now by substrate, I mean protein, cellulose, stuff like that. And that's what I mean by substrate. So bear in mind that it's always substrate specific, and enzymes can be used over and over in the same area. It's not broken. It's not. They don't get used up. Okay, next slide. Okay, some interesting facts about enzymes. Enzymes are very temperature specific. So high temperatures, they cannot survive it. They get damaged. It also plays a very important role in digestion. We currently have, as we sit here, we all have enzymes in our mouths, in our saliva, in our pancreas, in our stomach and small intestine. Enzymes are also has been used in the industries for many years with detergents to wash clothes, to get all of those marks out. It's all enzymes. So it's not a new thing that we are looking at. It's been used in the industry for many years. Okay, enzymes are also, it's very important, pH specific. They cannot work at the same pH. In the low pH of 3 up to 7, they can only work in 3, 6, or 7. They cannot work in the whole range. And the other thing, the more enzymes are in the media, the more they can break up of the substrate. Okay? Next slide. Okay, so in the feed industry, we use feed enzymes to enhance the nutrient digestibility. So not everything is available for the animal to use. We're talking poultry now, not ruminants. So we focus on those things that are not digestible. We call it anti-nutritional effects, and therefore we need enzymes to break down those anti-nutritional pieces. We can also use enzymes to release certain minerals in the product, like phosphorus, that the animals can use. If we don't do that, that phosphorus is excreted into the environment, and you can get a buildup of phosphorus there. I think one of the most important things that, like we've heard now, is the cost of feed. So enzymes is one way of getting feed prices down. If you use it right, you can save quite a bit. I worked in South Africa. We can save up to 5% of your feed costs by using the right enzymes. The other nice thing is it also makes it possible for you to use more raw materials. You're not only stuck to these high digestible raw materials. You can use a lot of fillers, which is normally not available for the poultry. By using enzymes, you can start using that. And then when you use all of these enzymes, you can imagine for yourself that the birds will have better digestion, so the gut health will improve, and overall the growth of the birds will be better. Next slide. Okay, so the enzymes that we're using in the industry nowadays, the one is called a phytase. I don't know if you've heard of it. The substrate of phytase is to relieve the phosphorus that's bonded in the cereals of the feed. The other one is a protease. It works on the digestion of proteins. And then the last one is a non-starch polysaccharide. These ones works on the fiber that is undigestible for that. When we look at funny names like arabinoxylin, beta-glucanase, cellulose, mannane, and pectine. Okay. So phytase, I'm first talking about phytase. The primary phytate is the primary storage of phosphorus in plants. So all cereals and legumes and stuff has got phytate in it, but the phosphorus is not available in it. So, and the other negative thing about it, there's a charge on it that it becomes complexes with other minerals, like with calcium binds to it, and it becomes a total and unavailable to the animal. Okay, next one. Phosphorus is also, like we all know, important for skeletal growth. And so we need to get this phosphorus out of the system. And the one way of getting it into the feed currently without using phytase, we add inorganic phosphorus, like DCP, those products. And you all know how expensive that is. And if we can lower the inclusion rate of DCP, we can save money by relieving it. And the other benefit is there's less phosphorus excreted in the environment. Next slide. Okay, this is just to show you how it works. We'll try and show you on this side. So you've got the phosphorus bonds. So we want to cut it open here to get the phosphorus release. So you add phytase, and at the end you get this hydrogen ring, and you release phosphorus, and you get protein and a little bit of energy. So not only are you releasing phosphorus out of the bond, you're also releasing a little bit of protein and a little bit of energy. Okay, next slide. Okay, so that is what we do with phytase. And then if we go over to protease, protease, there you see it, we've got percentage of undigestible protein in sorghum, maize, soya, wheat. So if you look at it, you will see that we say 23% of the protein in sorghum is undigestible. It's not 23% of the sorghum. So there's only 10% protein in sorghum. So 2.3% of that 10%, the animal cannot use. So if you look at soya, we all know soya has got a 48% protein. And of that, 9% is not available to the animal. So we are focusing on those portions to become more available for the animal. So what is the negative if we don't release it? We get a buildup of undigested protein in the gut of the animal, and it can cause fermentation and all of the bad problems. Other negative thing with if you don't release all these undigestible proteins, you can get a buildup of ammonia. We all know about ammonia. You get wet litter, you get breast blisters and feed burns and stuff like that. Okay. Okay, so here I've got a slide of a protease. Just to reiterate what I'm saying, if you don't get rid of all the undigested protein, you get a gut challenge. It increases the mucosa secretion in the gut, and it's an ammonium buildup, and it's not a system that we want this chance to improve with what we can get out of it. Next slide. Okay, so protease, now normally if we don't add any protease to the feed, normally all the protein is breakdown in the gizzard of the chicken. The pH is around about 3. So the company that brought me over, Kemen, they've got a protease, and it works at different pH levels. So it can start from acidic, where it's 2.5 to 2.3, which is in the gizzard, and we will talk a little bit later on how the working is. And then it can work in a neutral environment and also in an alkaline environment. So this protease has got time to work through the whole digestive system. So the problem with, if you don't have that, the feed stays a very short time in the gizzard, and there's not time enough for the protease to finish the work. Okay, next slide. Okay, now we're talking about non-starch polysaccharides. So if you look at this slide, I have to stand closer. We talk about the total NSPs, and that is built out of solubles, the stuff that the animal can utilize, and then the non-solubles. So the non-solubles are the ones that we have to focus on. So if you can just click on the next slide there. So we're going to look at arabinoxylans. That is the biggest portion of the non-soluble saccharides. And if you look closely there, you can see that maize has got about 5% of the non-soluble protein. So you see there's about 5% of it is from arabinox. Go on with this. You can go on. All of them will highlight there. Go on. Yeah, there you go. So all of those are so that we're looking for substrate. So if you look at peanut meal, we had a discussion that you guys says groundnut meal. There's a lot of NSPs in groundnut nuts, so there's opportunity to release some of the energy that is bounded in there. If you look at, I don't know if you, sunflower. Sunflower has got 19% insoluble substrate available. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the enzymes that are used for NSPs are xylanase, glucanase, cellulase, mannanase, and pectinase. But we've just seen that the arabinoxylane, the one that I colored in red, was the most abundant, so we're working with the xylanase. And in that process, as it works, it will also release some of the other bonds that it couldn't do previously. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here we've got a maize kernel, if you can see, and you can see that the portion it works on is basically this portion. So the whole process of xylanase, it breaks these cell walls, and captured in between the cell walls is proteins, minerals, and starch. So once you've cut that open, it releases protein and minerals and starch, which is protein and starch is the energy source. So it releases a lot of energy as well. Okay. Okay, so we've got the three enzymes, and how do we work? How do we implement it? So the one way is by formulating your feed and just adding it on top. And let's hope for the best it will release. But where will you see the benefit of it? It will make your feed more expensive, but the farmer will have better digestion of the feed. So you will have a growth response. So if you make feed for yourself, your own chickens, that's one way of adding it. Because you are only interested in to see the end effect of bigger white birds. The other way is by adding it, attributing a matrix value to it, a nutrient value, and formulating it into the diet. So here we calculate the nutrients that it makes available, and we give it sort of like maize has got a nutrient value. We say enzyme has got this nutrient value, and if we add it, this is what it will add. So in effect, it saves on protein, it saves on energy, and for phytase, it saves on phosphorus as well. So you don't need those nutrients because the enzyme is already releasing it. Okay, so there's a lot of questions. You understand what a matrix is? It's basically nutrient values that we attribute to it. And where do we get this? It's a lot of trial work that they do. So one way of doing it, that you get a normal feed for birds and you get one normal feed with enzyme and you measure the response. So, and say if they grow 5% better, you know that there's a 5% increasement in growth. It could come from energy and protein, and the clever guys calculate the matrix value of what the birds would have need to grow to that value. But this is trial work that's been done over a lot of trials. And then the value they attribute to it is a very low value to make sure that we don't calculate the nutrient value. Okay, so normally with these enzymes, the NSP enzymes, they give you energy, protease, protein, which are amino acids. Protease gives you amino acids plus energy, and it's the same with the NSPs. But remember, if we add 3 of these enzymes together, we cannot add all of these things together. They're not additive. So we need to say 1 + 1 is not 2, 1 + 1 is 1.5 maybe. And the other thing is, if we add more enzymes, if we double the amount of enzyme, so 1 + is not 2 again, it could be 1.5. So that's important when you formulate it with enzymes, that you include it at the right levels. Okay. This is just a matrix to show you if you use Digest. Okay. If you use Digest, you see that there's quite a big energy upliftment there. But this is just based on 15 grams. So if you increase it to double that, you cannot just double up on those values. Okay, next one. This is just a matrix value for protease. Similar there, it's specific to a certain inclusion level. Okay, next one. Okay, then we get enzymes like I've just said about combination or single enzymes. If you add single enzymes, you must, it's 1 + 1 + 1 is not 2. You must calculate the matrix. If you've got a combination, it's got an enzyme value, and then you can work as if it is a single enzyme. Okay, next one. So with all of these enzymes, you can expect some extra effects. Okay, yeah, so we include extra stuff so you get better gut health. Not include it is released. With the release of the anti-nutrient factors, the animal perform, it get better gut health. Butyric acid is one of the byproducts, which is a very good product for gut health. Yeah, okay, so in conclusion, enzymes increase nutrient availability, enzymes decrease anti-nutritional factors, enzymes makes it more raw materials available for us, improves gut health, decrease cost of diets, which we all want to know. I think that's the main factor why we use enzymes. And enzymes, remember, is substrate specific and they are not additive. Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to Jerry now.
Thank you very much, Garrett. Well, in conclusion, I will just, please, next slide. Yes, it's okay there. After the presentation, I would like to just tell us the enzymes, various enzymes available in Nigeria from Kemin Industries. We have Chemzyme Protease, we have Zygest, we have Chemzyme Plus P, we even have Phytase. But I'm going to emphasize on all these 3 that you are looking at the slide there. The Chemzyme Protease, if you look at the presentation he gave to us, please let us go back to slide 11. Slide 11. No? That's not 11. Yes, this one. Yeah, it was emphasizing on the negative effect of the undigested protein in the gut. And that's the reason why we need to use protease for us to have all our protein there to be digested. If we don't do it, we have a lot of health challenges from the gut health. We are going to have what we call increased mucus secretion. Environmental ammonia that will be released will be more, and we'll be going to cause a kind of environmental hazard for ourselves and for the animals. The feed will be compromised because there won't be good efficiency, and we have, at the end of the day, increased cost of production. So all this, for us to mitigate all this, we need to put enzyme in our ration. The next slide, which is 12. Now, the Chemzyme Protease, which is the brand of protease that Kemin sell in Nigeria, we have some unique characteristics that make us different, totally different from other proteases that you can see in the market. If you look at that slide, it's talking about multi-protease, which work through the GIT. Most of the proteases in the market are probably acidic protease or are neutral proteins, which means they can only work in such an environment in the gut. So which means when they get to the other parts of the gut, they won't be able to function. They won't be able to help the animal to digest all those undigested protein. But hers is different in the sense that it is a multi-proteus. It is both acidic, neutral, and alkaline proteins, which means it works all through. And that's a very good advantage. And that's one of the things that Kemi does. We are known for encapsulation technology, coating technology of most of our products, which means those products will be able to work very well when they get to the GIT without being affected by a lot of factors like temperature, the acidic environment of the gut. That's a good advantage. Please, the last slide. The last slide. Last slide. No, the other one. Where you have the enzymes listed. Yes. Now, the next one is Zygest HT. That one, I won't be able to say much here because we don't have the time. And because the screen is not that clear, it's not visible enough for you to see some of these things that Gerrit presented, especially on the matrix for Zygest. I will appreciate if you could visit us in our stand, which is both K7 and 8, for details on this xylanase, which is Zygest. It's an NSP enzyme, and it's an enzyme that we need, especially in this period where we have scarcity of one of our major raw materials in feed, which is maize. Which means if you have this enzyme, you have a liberty of using a lot of alternatives that will bring down the cost of your production. So for details on this xylanase and all other enzymes, please visit us at our stand, both K7 and 8. Chemzyme Plus P is also there, which will give you room to use a lot of alternative raw materials when you are producing your feed. All we are here for is to mitigate high cost of production in our ration.
Where do we go from here? I'm introducing into us a new product in the country called ImmunoHyGY, and it gives the solution. What is an ImmunoHyGY? ImmunoHyGY is an antibody. It is a immunoglobulin Y, and it has 4 polypeptide. This particular 4 polypeptide, we have the upper chain and we have the lower chain, and this particular upper chain and the lower chain, it has a binding site, and then the lower part of it is what we call FC region. The FC region is to be able to initiate the cell so that it can generate an immune response. I know that when a virus is taken away, when a virus is captured, the next thing is for the birds to be relieved. Now, how is immunoglobulin produced? Immunoglobulin is produced from the plasma cell, from the bone marrow. When it is produced from the bone marrow, it is transferred into the blood, from the blood into the oviduct, and from the oviduct, it is transferred into the egg yolk. So from this particular egg yolk, they were able to extract specific, each particular antibody. The one for Gumboro is different from the one from the Newcastle. The one from the Newcastle is different from the one from avian influenza. So this afternoon, we are presenting to you 4 combinations of immunoglobulin, 4 combinations of antibody, which is meant to treat viral disease, not to prevent viral disease. You can use this to boost the immunity on your farm. But this particular one, it is actually meant for to do what? To actually treat the viral disease on the farm where you are having an outbreak. Then there is one characteristic about immunoglobulin Y. What is meant is that antibody for Gumboro will work for Gumboro. Antibody for avian influenza will work for avian influenza. Antibody for Newcastle will work for the Newcastle. Yeah, I want to quickly, because of our time, I will just quickly go into the 4 viral diseases which this particular product is taking care of. I want to start from egg drop syndrome. When we talk about the egg drop syndrome is a latent disease, and it will not show forth on the farm until when your production is around 50% production. And you are going to be having all this form of bad shape of the eggs, and the production will drop, and the production will not be able to reach a peak. So being a latent disease, this particular disease has been in the system for the past around 3 weeks of age. EDS virus has already been in the flock, but when you look at our vaccination program, we have been cultured to vaccinate our birds against EDS at the age of 18 weeks. But to me, I see that a disease that is already existing from at 3 weeks, we are not giving the vaccination at 18 weeks. That's number 1. Then number 2, things about it is that egg drop syndrome is grown in a dog's eggs. And when it is grown in the dog's eggs, the growth is not much. So it cannot confer enough immunity for throughout your production time. So, but what does ImmunoHyGY goes to do here? Being an antibody. Okay, look, sorry. If you look at the slide I put here, imagine a farmer give his birds a vaccine at 16 weeks of age and vaccinate against egg drop syndrome. When your production, before your production reach around 10% production, you can give the ImmunoHyGY in order to boost up the production. Then the second option, if you have a farmer that does not have access to egg drop syndrome vaccine, you can give ImmunoHyGY at 12 weeks, then at 22 weeks of 10% production, before the virus is going to show his face, you can also give ImmunoHyGY. Then, if you look at this particular one, when you are having an outbreak of egg drop syndrome on the farm, you see, around that 25th weeks of age, that is when we used to have the problem of ImmunoHyGY. Now, if you are having an outbreak of an outbreak of egg drop syndrome, how can you use the antibody in order to treat the viral disease? You can give it immediately, and within 1 week, you are going to see that there's a recovery. The birds are entering into a recovery stage. Then I want to say this, that one of the things that farmers have not known is that most farmers, they will give their birds egg drop syndrome vaccine, and maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks after, they will be encountering problem with avian influenza, all because the reservoir for the avian influenza is the ducks, and this is where the avian influenza grow, and it is for these particular ducks that we are using to actually prepare the vaccine. So most of the time, it is not every company that produce egg drop syndrome vaccine that is able to do a proper screening in order to get a EDS vaccine that is going to confer a good immunity without problem with avian influenza. So, but the second one is immunohygiene contain antibody for classical endemic strain of Newcastle disease. So if you have vaccinated your birds against Newcastle disease, either you have used Camarov, either you have used Lasota, either you have used the killed odd vaccine, and you are having challenges, you understand, the best thing for you is to use immunohygiene. Immunohygiene is going to work, depopulate the quantity of the what? Of the virus. Then we now come to the avian influenza. We have the H9N2, which is low pathogenic. We have the high pathogenic form, which is H7N1 and H5N1. And you know that presently in the country now, every farmer is having these particular challenges. And I don't belong to the set of people who believe in the vaccination, because we know that anytime you vaccinate, you look at this particular virus, they mutate, there's a mutations. If you vaccinate this year, by next year, you'll be looking to another strain. So at the end of the day, even most of our farmers does not even know which particular strain they are going to even use for the vaccination. They will just buy the vaccine and they will apply. And at the end of the day, the whole flock will be in a mix. So I don't belong to the set of people who believe in vaccination against avian influenza. But I'm not condemning people that are vaccinating, because if you are able to handle it properly, if you are able to do your screening, if you are able to do your surveillance, and you are able to know the exact strain that you are going actually to use. But what does immunohygiene, what does it come out from? Immunohygiene, it contains the proteins of this particular strain, about 4 strains pushed together. So when you have the problem of avian influenza on the farm, this is not a vaccine. You just have to give it. And when you give it, you will see that your birds will enter into a recovery stage and they will be okay. And one thing about it is that most of the strain that they use, they are dominant strain. They are dominant strain that they used. Now, I'm actually rushing in so that we can. Now, if you look at these particular ones, I tried to skim this one out, but permit me to draw closer to where this particular screen is. You can see that I put the immunohygiene and biosecurity in the circles. But for the people that are vaccinating their birds against the avian influenza, you see, I think the best way in which we can do this is by on day one, we can put a recombinant vaccine. And if you look into our country presently, we don't have this particular kind of vaccine. On the day one, we have to use a recombinant vaccine, and then by the going to about 3 weeks of age, you can boost it, or you can now give your whole kid a kid vaccine, which have the one that you have actually testified that is the right strain. Then it has been discovered that when you use the probiotics, you see, probiotics also has some effect on some strain of avian influenza. So I actually put these particular ones there as a standard form. If you want to imbibe the practice of vaccinating your birds against avian influenzas on the farm, but if after doing all this you are having issues, immunohygiene is very good. Just ask for immunohygiene and you can inject it and you can put it inside the water. Then secondly, this is for the people that are not fascinating. So you can, by 6th week, you can give your boss immuno-IgY. By 14th week, you can give them immuno-IgY. And at 26th week, you can give them immuno-IgY. The literature that is in our hand is self-explanatory. Now, when it comes to Gumboro, how were they able to get the antibody from the Gumboro? On the FP2, on the capsid of the virus, they were able to extract a dominant strain, a dominant protein, which is actually extracted from the virus. So there's no any issue that I use my immuno-IgY against viral disease and it doesn't work. So on that particular FP2, they use the dominant one. So when you have the outbreak of Gumboro on the farm, there is a relief now. We have a very good success story. You can give immuno-IgY in the morning, and by in the evening, you can see that the birds are okay. Now we have two serotypes. We have the serotype 1, we have the serotype 2. The serotype 2 does not cause clinical disease, but the serotype 1 that is causing the clinical disease, it is the protein of this particular serotype 1 that is used in the productions of the antibody. So this one is meant for the emergency. When you have the outbreak of Gumboro on the farm, request for immuno-IgY. Then I've spoken about this before. Now, how does immuno-IgY, how does it work? Immuno-IgY works by neutralization. It's going to neutralize the toxin of the virus. It's going to neutralize it from the system of the flock. That is number one. Number two, it also works by what you call opsonization. What I mean by that is that it is going to recognize the virus and it's going to label the virus, and then it's going to draw it for phagocytic cell to be destroyed. That is the second way in which it works. Then the third way in which it works is what we call activations of the complement system. What I mean by the activation of the complement system is that it's going to actually lead the activation of the complement protein. Upon the activation, this particular protein, they will build a membrane. They will bring a membrane attack on the virus, and the MSC protein that then cause the cell to burst. Then by punching the holes in the cell membrane of the virus. So these are the three key ways in which the immuno-IgY works. Now, I come to the immuno-IgY and the viral replication. One of the challenges we have been having on the farm is that we have been having the problem of how is the virus on my farm, how is it that there is the load of the virus on my farm is actually up increasing. It's increasing because this particular virus, they will enter into what you call, there are 5 stages of a viral replication. We have the attachment, we have the penetration, we have the uncoating, we have the replication, and we have the viral release. The immuno-IgY is going to work on the attachment level. It will not allow the virus to attach to the cells of the body of the chicken. Number 2 is that in the process of being released, if at all the virus has entered into the cell and has replicated, you see, as they are coming out, the immuno-IgY, the antibody, is going to be capturing them. So at the end of the day, we are looking at a healthy stock. Then why are we recommending immuno-IgY? We are recommending immuno-IgY because it is new in the market and it's a new technology. And then secondly, it gives a rapid onset boosting. If you give it in the morning, in the evening, your birds are okay. It has been tested. Then we have a good supportive therapy at the fasting break. And then again, it is best to fight a pathogen and it destroy them immediately. Then it has a wide antigen spectrum. Then one shot of immuno-IgY is going to take care of 4 diseases. What are those 4 diseases? Gumboro, Newcastle, EDX, and AI. Then again, it is environmentally friendly. No stress on the birds. You can give immuno-IgY in the morning. You may want to eat your chicken in the afternoon. There's no problem about it. Yes, thank you. So then again, it can be stored in the room temperature. It can be stored in the room temperature for 6 months, and it can be stored in 2 to 8 degrees centigrade normal fasting temperature for 2 years. So, and again, it can be dispensed to farmers. When any farmer is having any issues and you go to any fair shop and they are able to diagnose that any of these 4 diseases is what is really happening, they can give it to you. So this is the concentrations. This is the concentration for the high. It is ratio 1 to 5.2. The concentrations for the ND is the concentrations of ratio 1 to 32. Can you see it's highly concentrated? And then the concentrations for the EDS is ratio 1 to 4. And it's in the system of the bulb for the next 3 months. If you look at the literature that is in your hand, you can see the graph. When you give immuno IgY, before it will start to descend down around 3 months to 4 months. So, what are the benefits of immuno IgY? It gives you a therapeutic effect by orally within 24 to 24 hours. It quickly neutralizes the virus in the body. It quickly alleviates the respiratory symptom. It increases the food intake. It reduces the mortality rate, and it improves the production performance. Then I just want to share the video where it has been used. Can I have the video clip, please? Okay, sorry, I think they have some technical issues. So I will give room for people that have questions so that we can just use a little time for questions, please. So please, if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your effort and time being spent on this presentation. And again, sir, let me base, majorly on my point. This poultry show is not majorly meant for poultry commercial use alone. Also, it is also meant for us, we the researcher too. So, and in this gathering, we would like to know more, because in our midst here, I can still see some professors in our midst and doctors in our midst also. So, in my own field, as a graduate of the biotechnology, both in Nigeria and abroad, I hereby because of this, the last time I could recollect when the other speaker said he also did not like vaccinations, which is good. And again, more so, you also commented in your own speech right now that vaccine, fine. We know all these things, they are detrimental to our poultry belts. And in as much that these things have been regulating in our poultry beds, so you bringing in IgY, fine, which is commendable. I really appreciate if this can be happening in this country, Nigeria, having more companies coming up with antibodies, anti-immunoglobulin systems or in our poultry bed. So what's my question? My question is this, sir. Based on this poultry bed, me as a breeder, because it is not meant for commercial use alone, we breeder, we make use of it. What can we do? Because we realize that immunoglobulin, ADEMAGA, which is 5, they already compounded in the serum. You understand? They are abundant in the serum, and they share the almost 95% of this homology CH in the what? In the H region of the heavy chain of the poultry beds. So what I'm not trying to say is this question will just come as we are trying to open up some clarification if it can be done or not. It's not as a question, but like as an idea coming in. In this phase now, what I'm just trying to say is there any ways whereby we can administer this IgY into our parent stock, that whenever we breed, and we come up with a new day-old day-old chicks. Once we come up with the day-old chicks, we won't be able to be vaccinating 4 days, 7 days, or 14 days again. And in as much that we can have that in our parent stock, we'll be safe. all the commercial poultry birds will be saved. One. Secondly is this, sir, once we are making use of this IGY, is there any way we can compound this IGY in a powder? I don't know, maybe it can come in a powder form or liquid form. They won't be able to be using vaccinations again. The aspect of, we just say the era of vaccination will just be eliminated, and we bring in this as a supplement to our vaccine. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, you cannot replace your conventional vaccination with immuno-IgY. It is supportive and it's for emergency. When there's going to be an outbreak or there is a reaction to the vaccine that you have already used. And the second one is that for the people that are into the breeders, into the parent stocks, most of the thing where we're having the problem is that when their stock is getting older, you understand, you will discover that people that are getting the DOTs from them, they are always having the problems of lower immunity. So the best thing for the people that are having the breeder is that they can be, when their birth is going to the older stage, they can actually give the immuno-IgY, which is going to stay inside the system for the next 3 months, the next 4 months. So it's going to be a very good plus for them.
Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that presentation and the engagement from the question. We're moving on to the very last session this afternoon. I've seen that some people who have joined us at the course of the last presentation. There's somebody I've taken note, especially I could recognize that they're from NAFDAC. That's a Covenant Nation person, it's obvious that we're going to have an interesting session because it seems they're a team of a combination of quite a lot of experts in industries and people that have some things to do with our industry. Earlier on, somebody also mentioned what's the role of NAFDAC in most of these things that we have been discussing today, the drugs, the vaccines, and all that. Perhaps maybe we can now have some answers to that in this very last presentation. So please put your hands together as I welcome upstage the Agro Merits Limited representatives to start off this last session. Thank you very much. Please, who is going on first?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great farmers and no farmers, no nation. I'm representing Agromeris Limited, and we're the major importers of raw material for your feed industry in the country. The quality began from the input, the raw material, the feedstuffs. So once the feedstuff is being properly taken care of, some of our problem surely will be solved. So today we are working on discussing an issue with meat and bone meal, the relevance of this protein source in the industry of our livestock economic production. We are also going to business for a kind of making money out of the business. It's not a fun, it's a business. So we must get it right from beginning. Slide 1, can I have it there? Okay. Agromeris, the team is industrial outreach for animal feed manufacturers on handling and optimal the use of meat and bone meal in the feed formulation. Move to 2. Next slide, please. No. Next slide. You have jumped to. Okay, let's stop there. The use of the quality. I'm speaking on the use of the quality. Good. The use of the quality meat and bone meal. Okay. The use of quality meat and bone meal in animal nutrition as a means of reduction in your price, the cost of production. That's where we are moving to. And then we have been told that feeding is the major cost in livestock production. That they are accountable for about 80% or above of your total cost of production. So to actually stay in this business, you must mind what you give to the animal. 1, the efficiency of your feed determines the probability of your business. And the feed is a product of the feedstuffs. So I will say the efficiency of the viability of the feedstuff determine the efficiency of the feed. And the efficiency of the feed determine the viability of your business. And therefore, we are looking at the quality and availability of feedstuff is essential in balanced feed formulation. One, in your feed formulation, there must be availability of that raw material. So you don't keep on changing and changing formulation here and there. Two, this product must have its original nutritional quality that meet the desire. That shows you have a target and you are producing toward that target. Meat and bone meal, I will just speak little about it. As I say, processed byproduct of animal meat industry. They are byproducts. So you see, the nature itself is cyclic in nature. Even nature by God is cyclic. A product is going as an initial product, it ends up in final, and then takes another initial, so the cycle continues. So there's practically what we call waste of a particular product is a whole cake for the input of another product. And the meat and bone meal, I said, is a byproduct that undergo a process called rendering. And the essence of making that process rendering that involves cooking, grinding, milling, and improvisation is to make that byproduct become stable, nutritious, and it must be safe. That's the key three things. The product you thought is a byproduct, you make it stable, you have a target, make it nutritious, and then it must be safe. So your rendering process has a critical way to go, the quality of your rendering process. Is that taking? And I said this process of rendering comes from different products of livestock. Can come from cattle, poultry, the leftover from the slaughterhouse, the meat and bone tissues, the organ, the fat, and even some of the content of the rumen, of the organ I put here. But it doesn't come from blood. If it comes from blood, it's another name. It doesn't come from the ears. That's one of the quality, index here. It doesn't come from the hoof. It doesn't come from the horns, the eyes. It doesn't come from the manure and the rumen content. Sure, the rumen is part of it, but the content of the rumen will not be part of the original byproduct you are using in your feed for, your meat and bone meal, to avoid the contamination. Two, meat and bone meal have been recommended for use in animal feed industry as a source, principally of protein. And this protein is of a high digestibility and of a high quality amino acid profile. Now I'm going to show you the kind of discussion some of the samples chosen where the analysis were shown, especially reflecting the amino acid profile and other constituents. Number two, beyond that, as a mineral, especially calcium and phosphorus, is also made available to your livestock through this product. And a vitamin called vitamin B12, the collabalin, is also a major part because the organs, the liver, the kidney, these are the center place of synthesis of this vitamin B12. So when you use this in your blending, it's also a good source of it. Also, I said there must be a guaranteed protein as well as a minimum calcium and fat content. These are the indexes that determine the quality of your product. What is the guaranteed protein? The protein you can guarantee that the minimum protein composition of that product. At any percentage, 30, 20, it indicates protein. But we're going to have a product that will baffle you that the protein level is stable at a particular high percentage. When we get there, I will let you know. Two, the fat content is a must known. Do you know why? There's no way you produce because they are from animal origin. The organ also contains some fats. But in the process of rendering, the fat must be adequately taken care of, tailoring to the determinant by the producer, what you have in mind to produce. And number four there, I said the minimum 4% phosphorus before you can call it meat and bone meal. The phosphorus level minimum 4%. And the calcium must go at the rate of 2.2 of the phosphorus. That's an index to measure the quality of your product. Naturally, there's this calcium-phosphorus ratio that are available in the livestock. I mean, we get here in the absorption of phosphorus, that ratio, it triggers. And at this level, if your product is contaminated, it's not original, by mention of a high, you inflate the calcium level, probably by bringing calcium carbonate to the system. The calcium level will jack up, but the phosphorus level will be impaired. So the ratio of calcium to phosphorus, we also show is a good indicator of the system. We are looking at the users, at the uses as a feedstuff. How do we use this bean and mold as a feedstuff in the livestock industry? I said these are principally used nutritionally for non-ruminants, species of livestock, your poultry, and also in aquaculture. It's a dense protein product, and that is going to be available use for aquaculture that need a high level of protein. And I say it's a source of amino acid as we discussed the other time, the phosphorus, calcium, and other nutrients. The high protein value with high digestibility compare with your feed material at the market. The value of protein is high, and it also of a higher level of digestibility. As you give a good product for your animal, it's able to convert it to the system and give you the desired protein source. I also place it here as a good source of minerals, especially calcium and phosphorus. Is a protein source you are paying for. It's giving you takeaway of additional two products, the calcium and the phosphorus available. And I said the improved amino acid profile of your feed, because of the balanced amino acid profile, especially of the essential amino acid in the composition, you are having a better profile in your feed. Amino acids are building blocks, so a feed that rich in a profile will also converted to the system. The building block where your animal is growing, that's the building block. If we are talking about the production animal, the milk in dairy, let's talk about poultry now, the egg. That small egg is a small ball of protein. You know that? So if the profile is high and adjustability is high, it converts to the egg itself. And also the shell, you know, like the shell of the egg is full of calcium also. The calcium is also available to maintain the rigidity of the shell. And you know what some farmer faces? When you are producing and you're having cracks in your farms, that's a lot of cholesterol loss. So implementation of this thing will make it a little bit reduce that cost. And then we say it's a higher efficiency that lead to what? Profitability. One, your your feed is balanced. Once you have a balanced nutrition, the issue of animal getting distressed or sick will be reduced. So most of the sickness of this animal began with stress. And what leads to that stress is that the imbalance in the nutrient intake. If we are eating well, hardly do you see a medical doctor. But when you dodge one thing or the other, you bypass by not eating adequately. You might eat so much and it's junks. You might eat so little and be the best thing for your body. So all these things are put into place. I'm talking about general use now of the product we have. And to make it more friendly to us, I will show you analysis of a brand of this meat and bone meal, which we have in Agromeri Limited. The protein level there is 50%, moisture content average about 5%. The fat level, please take notice, of 4%, digestibility very high. The calcium level here, phosphorus level is 6% minimum. Somebody came to me and said, if you can have 6% of this, I need no to add any source of calcium to my meal. I said, yes, you can do. Minimum. We recorded minimum here. When we talk about minimum, that's what it can be more than that. So allowance of either plus or minus 1% is added there. And then the nitrogen, the fiber level is there. But let me talk about the calcium level. The calcium level of 12.5% is about 2.2 times of the phosphorus. And your physiology in animal production, it will tell you that the uptake of phosphorus is also triggered by calcium. That 2-to-1 ratio from elementary agriculture, we have been told 2-to-1 ratio level here, it triggers the influx of your phosphorus to the system, which are sensitive to so many things in production, so many things in irritability and other metabolic parts. We look at this. There are 3 of the slide down here parameter that's very, very important. I say it must be availability, it must be nutritious, and also must be stable. The stability of it is that it is safe. The product is safe. It doesn't harbor contaminants. Some of the argument of people that if I want to use this product because it's a byproduct that was processed, I'm not sure whether I have an E. coli, I'm not sure of a salmonella, but this one has been analyzed and we see that it's salmonella free, enterobacteria free, and an E. coli free. That gives you the confidence of this product. And this is a brand we have from Agromate. Another thing is the fat level here is 4%. 4% fat level. Ideally, conventionally, we move from about, if our literature say about 5% to 8% to 10% can be, fat level can be available there. Why? If you have higher fat, you think you have higher energy, we know that. But mind you, it's not an energy source. It is a protein source. So what we have here is a consecrated protein source. If you have more fat, you have diluted the protein. You have extended it. So when you take 1 gram or 2 grams of it, you have more fat there. But here now we are having just 4%. That shows we have a concentrated protein, and we still have 4% to release energy, metabolic energy for you. But the good news is that the handling process of this product, anytime you have fat, you must be sure of the condition of environment you are handling them. And I know there are some regulatory bodies that are here. You condition the temperature, the humidity, the flow of water, the air current and the rest. But you see, the way we handle our thing in this part of the world, in a container vessel, I don't think how many containers have refrigerator inside there where you are moving from one place to the other. Very high temperature distance. So that's why the fat level is very low. So the possibility of epoxy formation, rancidity of the fat is taken care of. At high level, if there's rancidity there, every fat soluble vitamin there and minerals is going to be dissolved. So what you are paying for, you don't get it. At the level of doing the test all the time, to even check it is an extra cost for you. 2, we look at the amino acid profile. You see, virtually from cysteine, threonine, arginine, tryptophan, and the phenylalanine, leucine, these are the major essential amino acids. For poultry, for example, we have 20 of them. But you can see most of these things are already available here. That's what gives you the digestibility of that protein. It's very rich in essential amino acid. So you are giving your boss, you are sure your boss are doing fine. And then they give you a better performance. We talk about the meat and bone meal in the poultry nutrition, for example. I said chicken, for example, they are omnivores. That we must know that very clear. Containing chicken, and you are feeding them with soya, and feeding them with a maize, soya maize formulation here and here, is still detrimental MEC. You are inconveniencing the chicken himself. If I'm giving me plant alone, herbivores, how do I feel? So the protein that comes from meat and bone meal is also generally accepted by the chicken himself. It's a privilege for them that they are not taking other grains and a grains protein source. They are taking other source from meat, which is animal. That's why when you lead them on free range, they go about picking some insects. No matter the value of protein you load here for crop, they still want to go to demonstrate their nature of what they call omnivore nature. So this one give them added advantage. Number 2 there, I say it's a good source of amino acid. From the amino acid the reflection we have had here, we can see that the profile is a good source for sustainability of that product. And we said the meat and bone meal here, they provide most of these essential amino acids that are needed in the production of this poultry. Then we talk about the energy source. That 4% energy gives some volume ample of metabolism energy. And you know that for the same product, the fat deliver double of the energy content. So that 4% you are saying is a good source. So it's also a source of energy from the protein you are getting about. Minimum of 220 kilocalorie, and I can go at 270 based on the volume and the composition of the extra you have there. Then we said about phosphorus and calcium level, especially in the laying bulls. Animal itself, the bulls need protein, calcium to sustain itself, the rigidity of the body itself, we know that. But in a laying bulls, they are also building another pool of calcium. It was the calcium pool that surrounds the ball of protein you are buying, the egg itself. So once the animal, passionately, they surrender to take care of their generation. Sometimes, if the calcium level is low, there's a draw of calcium from the bone of the animal itself just to sustain the baby, called the egg. But here, it takes care of the calcium and the phosphorus flow. And number 2 here, I said phosphorus and calcium level also help the product I've shown to you. What is unique there? Let's flash through the profile itself. If we check the protein level, it is as high as 50%. Somebody was telling me this afternoon, is it possible? I said, it's not that it's possible. You can take the sample to any laboratory in this country. It will get you 50%, 50, 52, 51. That's available there. Protein level. So what of the calcium, the phosphorus level? Can I have to 4%? I said, you have, the lecturer said 4% minimum, but we have here at least 6% minimum of your phosphorus level. That of 6% minimum of phosphorus level here, then you don't need to bother yourself in producing an enzyme to add to your plants. For example, your wheat or your corn to release the phosphorus. It was in form of phosphoric acid here. It's a nature that placed them in phosphorus in the plant because of the insect. It can get toxic that hinder insect infestation. It's natural. So they may not be available. And that's why you use of your enzyme, phosphate or phosphatase enzyme to release phosphorus. So the cost of adding that enzyme is not necessary. So this additional efficiency you get from that particular product. So let's move straight to the special benefit I've ever discussed here. I said number 1 there, low fat. That's an area of the brand now. The fat level is low. You can put me anywhere. There's no other product as far as this country is concerned today that I've seen a fat level of meat and bone as low as 4%. They are always a higher dose. So that's a very good applause for why we are not buying product to sell. We sit down to determine what we want to sell in agglomerate. We sit down to determine what we want to sell. So we want to sell the best product that can meet the nutritional requirement of the animal and save you and me as a producer the stress of losses that are little, but cumulatively they become another big win for us. Number 2 there, I said the product is safe. People say, sir, we can't use this product because we are not sure. They are from Reading plot. How can we use the organ and orphan? Before you breed them together, they have an issue. No, it's safe. The safety there is because number 1 of the freshness, because I have to link up together. When a product has been stayed too long before you sell, a lot of things may happen. Their source of protein, nutrient pool, they are very high. So bacteria and other things has a landing cost on them. I tell you, within 60 days, I'm very correct. Order from the production time to the time you are getting this product, it takes maximum of 3 months. It get to you fresh. So it's safe. It's free of E. coli and salmonella. So I can tell you that even at the breeding farm level, if you're a breeder, you can still incorporate this thing into your system. You see my brother talk about breeder, everybody is sensitive because whatever the progeny picks up here is a relay that put to the next generation. So if you are careless with this generation, whatever is gested here, it push to the next generation. But I can tell you, this product can be used for breeders because it has been tested. Bacteria free, bacteria safe, it's E. coli free, and it's salmonella free. Then the calcium phosphorus level there, I said, is have a ratio, and that comply with that ratio. We have 6 to 12 point something percent. That's about 2.2 calcium phosphorus ratio, which trigger absorption of phosphorus. And the last but not the least here, I said our price is also competitive. I mean, somebody says, sir, well, you have a high quality product. Your price is friendly. I say, yes. We are not selling to you. We are making you our partner. We have to win. You have to win. And that's the mission of AgroMerit. You are not a vendor to us. You are our partner. So we have to share the shift. We can't take the booties alone. We want you to take the booties also, so that you can come out with your desired expectation. Then what are the benefits of this brand of AgroMerit? Meat and bone meat. Number one, improve amino acid profile of your feed. See, every source of protein has a bit of amino acid. Once this profile have been improved by way of essential inclusion rate of those amino acid profile here, then you are going to have a better growth performance. Because the building blocks of your growth is called protein, the build up the units here. So we have it for growing chicken, for example, for broiler, and also for egg. If I do egg production, the pool, that small ball called egg, is a pool of protein. So we have it here. And then what happened when this thing happened? Then we have a high protein value. High protein value is a measure of digestibility of the protein itself. That's why you have urea, can be high in protein, but give to your chicken. You see the CP, crude protein, about 65%. The animal will not take it. So the protein value must be digestible. When the animal takes it, you have to go to the system to actually do the job. So the processing involved and the composition make it of high digestibility compared with minerals or materials in the market today. For example, for soya and all the sunseed cake and all that product, you can see that they can be alternative to soya there. This meat and bone meal product have a better digestibility. And better digestibility means better performance. Better performance means you are going to have less stress. And less stress means you have more concentration to build on your business. And more concentration will deliver you more initiative. More initiative will make you to forge ahead. That's how it works. Then number two, there is a good source of mineral, especially calcium and phosphorus. We have discussed that. You use this product at 30% level or 3% level there, the inclusion rate there, it gives about 1 kg of the phosphorus from the, what do you call it now? DCP. So we are using this product, the vigor of buying DCP again to load. Somebody says, sir, when you talk about calcium, DCP, I want to buy DCP. Say you don't need DCP. DCP is available as a source of calcium. Yes, we know that. I mean phosphorus. But if you have a product that's already having this phosphorus available, then you don't need to. Most formulation people did, they just spending their money by themselves. The nutritional requirement say 1.2 phosphorus, 1.5 calcium level in a bag of it. That's the composition. And you are given more. That more is a waste. And when it becomes extra more, it can lead to some metabolic problem. You have it. So you are having a product that can deliver to you more calcium for your chicken, for your eggs, and for especially for the old layers. They love it. Sometimes when your layer are becoming low, I mean laying and laying, you see that weakness of the leg, you carry them in the cage. Yeah, you have to fortify them. And what happened to all those things? It does two things. It improves your cost effectiveness of feeding livestock. Cost effectiveness. Somebody told me, Asa, why do we need not to put so many formulation? We have a lot of recipe there, about 12 products there in the formula. I mean the recipe, you call it formula. So you don't need all those things. You just need few ones that are rich enough. It's not the volume aggregation, it's the component of the constraints of the nutrients that we needed there. I'll give you. And what happened to it? Production efficiency. Then if you are efficient in your production, automatically it will lead to what we call a high profit. Thank you for listening to us. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. That was very, very great. You see, the issue of costs, managing costs in poultry production is sacrosanct, very, very important for the survival of poultry businesses. For us as people in the industry who have invested so much, if there's anything that can help us to drive down our costs and can also give us the best of production, we are maximally in support of that. And that's why, while he was mentioning the importance of having to introduce that into our feed production, he was just hitting the nail on the head for me. So thank you so much for that. I don't know if there is anybody that has question okay, you want to have the question? Okay, good. Oh, fantastic then. All right, so you can have your seat. At this juncture, like I said earlier, I noticed some people who also came in with them when they stepped in for their presentation. And specifically, of course, I noticed people from NAFDAC because I know one or two of them there. At this point, I want to invite Dr. Tunji Shogbeku from NAFDAC to take us through the next stage of presentation from NAFDAC and the rest. Thank you so much. Please say a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Tunde Shigbeku. So I will not want to bore us, but I want to first of all thank the organizer of this poultry show. And I want to start by acknowledging the MD of AgroMerit for facilitating NAFDAC attendance in this show. It's a very important thing for us to have regulatory perspective of most of those things we've seen at the exhibition floor and some questions we've been asking. And it's part of NAFDAC mandate to engage stakeholders and to do what we call industrial outreach. I will want you to please be ready to interact. We're going to interact this evening, and we have enough time to take some questions. And to gladden everyone in the house to see the importance that NAFDAC attached to this evening interaction. I have with me here my director, the Director of Veterinary Medicine and Allied Product Directorate. She's very passionate about the industry and wish to carry the industry along. If you are not in the industry there, we have nothing to regulate. So before I go into my presentation, which is technical part of it, I will want to invite my director for a brief comment or remark for us so that our attending this poultry show will go with a remark from NAFDAC as an agency and we know a starting point of our collaboration. Join me this evening to welcome Dr. Ramotu Momodu, Director, VIMA.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shigbeku. The MD, our distinguished guests, our farmers, and my colleagues who are here. I'm Dr. Ramotu Momodu, as he has introduced, and I'm the Director of Veterinary Medicine and Allied Products of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. I have something that I have written here, and as he said, we are here to bridge the gap between the industry and the regulators. And it is our hope that at the end of this, you will go away with a better understanding of what we do and why we'll do it. NAFDAC is an agency that was set up by government, and we have the law backing us, backing the things that we do. So I would give you a small brief, and we are here and available to answer whatever questions or clarifications that you might require. NAFDAC as an agency was established by Decree 15 of 1993, as amended by Decree 19 of 1999. And now it's now the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Act Cap N1 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004. This act mandates NAFDAC to regulate, control the manufacture, importation, exportation, distribution, advertisement, sale and use of food, drugs, cosmetics, chemicals, detergents, medical devices, and packaged water. And everything I have mentioned, we call them regulated products. VMAP, where I am the director, is Veterinary Medicine and Allied Products. It's a directorate that was created in 2013 in line with Section 5A, C, and S of the NAFDAC Act. Section 5A states, regulate and control the importation, exportation, manufacture, advertisement, distribution, sale, and use of drugs, cosmetics, medical devices, bottled water, and chemicals. 5C states, undertake appropriate investigations into the production premises, raw materials for food, drugs, cosmetics, medical devices, bottled water, chemicals, and establish relevant quality assurance system, including certificates of production sites and of regulated products. For some people here who produce, if you produce any of the veterinary products, you may have received a visit from us. We may have visited your facility. So these are the laws. There's still one more, the 5S states, determine the suitability or otherwise of medicines, drugs, food products, cosmetics, medical devices, or chemicals for human and animal use. So that tells you that we have the law backing us, and being here today, it's one of the engagements that we do to educate, to enlighten, and to bridge the gap between the regulated and the regulators. The mission of the directorate is to protect human and animal health by ensuring that only safe, effective veterinary medicine and allied products are available for use in Nigeria, and the vision is to safeguard the health of the nation through One Health approach. VMAP as a directorate is structured into 4 divisions, with the Animal Field and Premise division dedicated to animal nutrition regulation at the national level. This division is AFPD, and the regulatory activities covers animal feed, medicated feed, pet food, animal feed additives, supplements, and premixes, just like the one we have just listened to. So part of our activities, so the powers that we have enables us to regulate animal feeds, veterinary drugs, cosmetics, and chemicals used in animal production. We regulate animal feedstuff, like we're doing today, part of our activities. The feedstuff is done to assure that production of what we do is to assure that the feed is safe for consumption by the animals, and especially food of animal origin, such as eggs, meats, like we have heard today, milk and milk products. And under my leadership, I promise that I would have an open door policy. We would do things with a science-based approach, and we would go into collaboration, more collaboration, because we're already into collaboration like this one. And thank you, sir, for facilitating this. And we're open to collaborations and cooperation with all stakeholders. I know that there is an issue that is on ground and that breeds a lot of passion, which is the regulation of premix. I have been briefed on this, and the regulation of animal premix is being reviewed, especially the imported premix, and we will look into this and see how it is implemented so that everyone will be well taken care of. I want to sincerely appreciate again the MD and everyone here. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for feeding us. I don't remember the word for hailing. I would have said it when they say farmers. Great farmers. Great farmers. Great farmers. No farmers. Okay. No, let's do it again. Great farmers. No farmers. correct. So I want to sincerely appreciate everyone who is here, appreciate the organization that puts this together, and we are open to cooperation. We want more cooperation from you, more collaboration, and to help us as we do our work, because we can't do this regulation without you. We can't do the control without you. And we look forward to more opportunities to have this engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I believe we've had it. I will want to equally acknowledge the presence of Professor Fafiolu. Professor Fafiolu is our principal investigator on feed trials with the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. He is a nutritionist by practice. Professor Fafiolu, you are acknowledged. Thank you very much. So he's here on our invitation because we know there will be a lot of technical questions after this session. And can we have my slide, please? Yeah, it's just going to be a very brief one. We've known much about this. I want to just talk to us from regulatory perspective. That will be the content, the law that established NAFDAC. My director have just spoken about that. And this is how VMAP has been structured. Many of us that I'm seeing our faces here, bros, well done, sir. A lot of people here know VMAP, and at one time or the other, they visited the headquarters at Lagos. AFPD, which is Animal Feed and Premise Division, actually see to the regulation of anything that goes into the mouth of animal. Yeah, these are the law, and I don't wish to put anybody behind the bar. So please, the law is there for us. We are not there for the law. And we are the one to implement the law for our own good. And it's not a difficult thing to comply with. For the product of interest, what really triggered it up? When we look at our database, Agromerit happens to be the largest importer of MBM in Nigeria. So, and observing my database, I look at it and look, you cannot be doing this volume and I will not want to know where is it going, who are the people using it. So we visited Agromerit on course visit without telling them. And when we got there, we met the warehouse intact, and we evaluated them, run appraiser, fantastic. So there we start building collaboration with them, because through them we'll be able to trickle down the traceability of their product. When you bring it in, we want to see the distribution chain, we want to see where it goes to, what do they use it for. So those are the benefits of our collaboration. Of course, like we heard from the first presentation, meat and bone meal is just a product from animal processing, which is a byproduct, and feeding of meat and bone meal to cattle is not allowed. That I will want to emphasize from regulatory point of view, and all my veterinarian in the house will be a witness to this, and they will agree with me that you don't feed animal source to ruminants, be it cattle, sheep, or goat. Personally, from my own exposure, I will discourage your feeding it to rabbits because they are pseudo ruminants. Not that I'm having any justification to say that meat and bone has caused problem in a rabbit, but I just felt being a pseudo ruminant, let's leave that gap. But for the huge industry we have in Nigeria, Nigeria is having over 400 million poultry birds. And that as at January 2022. I believe it must be more than that now. And an average of 2 kg is needed for every broiler bird from day old to slaughter. And when you look at the number of broiler we have, translate with the expected intake of feed, then look at the volume of feed that we need in poultry production. With that, let's consider our effort in using MBM for poultry nutrition and for swine. Let me say this, it's disheartening to note that many of us that are piggery farmers, swine farmers in the country, we rely on feeding junks to our animals, swine, pigs. We rely on feeding junks to them. the number of companies that have registered pig ration, I should not say it because we have media in the house. I should not say it because you will now have the question. You will see the media asking you now the question: all the pig meat we are eating, what are they feeding them? We all know. You go to brewery to carry brewery waste. Just that's not the complete ration for pig production. And I will encourage you: pick your concentrate, mix MBM with it, serve it to your pig. I believe you will be on a good path by doing that. Okay? Composition of and the nutritional value, the initial presenter have said it. If your MBM is less than 40% crude protein, you have a problem with me as a regulator. And if it is more than 60%, you will need to explain some things. You just have to explain. Simple. I'm not saying it cannot be more than 60%, but believe me, you will visit me at Isolo to explain some things. Okay? So the fat content we've had about it, mineral, fantastic, vitamins, especially when you talk of vitamin B12, the first presenter have talked about that. The benefit of meat and bone meal is enormous. I can't finish it. But let me just tell you this. Quality poultry protein source. Now, if you are into catfish production and you want to make profit, review your formulation and incorporate MBM. Because loading with plant source protein, you will be missing some essential amino acids, which are essential, and they are only from animal origin. So that is very critical, and we need to note it. So if you want to have efficient growth rate, you have to review your formulation. I'm a regulator. I'm not forcing you to do anything. But I just want to believe that everybody is out there for Naira and Kobo profitability. Right? So think about that. Lysine is provided for growth and tissue repair, and we know that it's an essential amino acid. Daily amount of energy and the animal need is inherent, and preferably I emphasize that we feed it to poultry. Well, I should not be telling you how to use MBM. Most of us are nutritionists in the house and we are farmers, and those that are not too much of experts also know that using MBM for nutrition is fantastic. Now, but if you are going into poultry production, greenhouse production, you may use MBM to do soil conditioning. As a matter of fact, you can use it to reroute the quality of your humus and review the soil structure, especially for lively vegetable production. Well, depend on where you want to sell that vegetable though. If you are selling that vegetable at Kuto market, you may be running at loss. But if you want to grow vegetable for export, and you want to buy, you don't want to have problem with regulatory barrier of sanitary and phytosanitary, SPS, because we have a problem in Nigeria presently, and that is the style at which we use pesticide. And it is a great concern to us as an agency, because recropping period have shown that most of our food, especially leafy vegetable, carry residue of pesticide. And why it comes is when you harvest your maize at the dry season harvest, you want to plant maize next year, fine. But during the dry season before you plant maize, many farmers will just want to put in vegetable. Just wet vegetable to keep body and souls together, forgetting that the agrochemical you use on those maize is still remaining in the soil, and the vegetable will pick it easily. And we're having a great challenge with that. So we're working on that, and we can't do it alone without your cooperation. And that is why the PAN National Executive in the House, you are not going, we need to talk before you go. Because PAN has been a good partner, but they are relenting now. I mean at the national level. So we can, if you want to now think of exporting your vegetable, if you use MBM to condition your soil, you will have good value and be assured there is no pesticide residue there. I want to emphasize this as a regulator. The MD of Agromerit knows me very well. Tunde is a very stubborn man. He stick to regulation. We want to let you know that most of the MBM that Agromeri sells conform with EU regulation. That one has been confirmed by us because they bring this product from European Union bloc, and EU Food Regulatory Agency is a partner to NAFDAC. All right, so, and the regulation EC number 1774 of 2002 is a major regulatory instrument that is applied to MBM. So before it leaves the source in Europe, it has conformed to this. So we just do a very easy job by just ensuring that what they do to it after arrival is in consonant with the condition the product is coming from. Let me have my slide. Good, thank you. Management of cross-contamination. This, I'm talking to the millers. The millers. If you go to an average toll mill anywhere in Nigeria, you will ask, where is NAFDAC? Am I saying something? You know what I'm talking about? I've been to some mill. The cobweb I find up in their roof should be as old as me. Yes. If they say that cobweb is younger than me, I will dispute it. But when I tell them, look, one fact is this: cleanliness is closely to what? And let me tell you this: if you can cut off dirtiness, you can cut off pathogens, you can cut off contaminants, what you are producing will be wholesome. It's guaranteed. There is no too hard science about it. Wash your hand before you eat. They taught us in primary school. It's not because they want your finger to be clean, but because they want you to remove the germs in your hand. That is the fact. So, cross-contamination is an issue with our toll millers. I don't have too much problem with the commercial millers, but the toll millers, please, make sure you do the needful. Demarcate your stock. Don't jam them together. Don't let them cross. Because if you get the MBM wholesome and you allow other products in your facility to contaminate it, then it's a wasted effort. Feed manufacturers should please note it, and it's very important. Something is happening, I don't know, I'm not moving. Okay. And the ultimate solution to problem of cross contamination is very simple. When you produce feed, please determine the physiology of the animal you are producing for. Are they monogastric? Are they ruminants? Just use those two to demarcate them. For the monogastric, the line you use to produce for monogastric, you can use to produce for omnivorous, you can use for the fish feed and all that. But that line for ruminant, keep it separate. And don't let some products that you use for the monogastric cross to the ruminant side because of the effect that it might form. The optimal management of cross-contamination is complete restructuring of the feed industry, but the economic involvement may make such change difficult. We know it. We know it. It's not going to be nice for NAFDAC to say, begin to break, begin to buy new machine, begin to duplicate whatever you have. But if it is one you have, and you know you are switching from monogastric to ruminant production, do what we call CIP, a very effective cleaning in place. You may not need to dismantle the machine. Clean it thoroughly. Use your wheat over to do the carrier. Then you can use acids and base to flush if it is liquid line. When you clean it thoroughly, then the first set of product that comes out, trash it, then you do your production. It's very simple to do. But what the problem is that we feel too reluctant in doing it. At this point, I want to thank I want us to look at this. This is just the rendering procedure, production, MBM. I think the other man have talked about it. We are confident about what Agromeri does because these are subjected to adequate regulation. In conclusion, first, I want to let us know that food that have good nutritional value are readily available in the market. Likewise, the nutritional supplement, we have them all around. But as much as we have all those food, are they really the food we may want to eat? And that is why NAFDAC is in business to ensure that all those food that are there are well equipped to meet the nutritional need of every one of us. And the growing population, popularity of nutritional supplement is leading to discovery of various types of supplements, such as bone meal, meat supplement, and all that. But let it be clear to us that most of those supplements, though they are good, they are dietary, they are wonderful, but what is the economic value when you use the synthetic supplement and the organic supplement? Because MBM is organic supplement. It is not synthesized. It's the rendering of animal product that is being hygienically produced for our use. So to ameliorate our problem, which is the cost of production, we should look at using high quality input at the cheapest price, right? So if we can get that balance, now when you now finish the production of your product, you do your laboratory analysis and you discover that you're having a little imbalance, you can use the supplements to balance it up. And at this point, I want to thank the MD of Agromerit, the organizer of this event, the Poultry Association of Nigeria, Ogun State branch. I'm still looking forward to meet the chairman, the current chairman, so that we can talk more on collaboration. And the National Publicity Secretary of Poultry Association of Nigeria, you are noted, sir. Thank you for your presence, and to every one of us that are here. We will be glad to take your question. We are not rushing away. NAFDAC is here. I have about 4 officers here with me, apart from myself and the director. We still have about 4 or 5 officers here. If you have any question, raise it. If we cannot answer your question on this podium, engage us. We are around. We will attend to all those questions. We'll get everything clarified, because saver feed is a saver food. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tunde Shigbeku, for that wonderful presentation. So, colleagues in the industry, this is NAFDAC stamping and giving their nod to what is organic for us, what is going to also be cost-effective and helpful to our production. So, you know, our production ultimately trickles down to the entire nation, because what we produce is the cheapest, or let me say the most affordable source of protein that we have in the country. When people buy eggs, it's cheaper than them buying meat and all that. So we are glad that we are in sync with this, and thanks to Agromerit for putting this together. So at this point, we want to take questions. But before we go ahead with the questions, Prof. Okay, so I wanted to ask if Prof. 2 has something to add to what he has just said, too, before we take the MD of Agromerit.
Great farmer, great farmers, no farmer. I want to pray that our business will continue to boom. You didn't say a good amen. Business is the soul of life. Okay? Your business will continue. What I want to say, generally when we formulate diet based on crude protein. But please, from today, let me disabuse your mind. Formulation of diet, the animal called poultry, chicken, they don't have crude protein requirement. They do not have crude protein requirement. What they have is amino acid requirement. And so this product is coming in to bring a balance, okay, in the amino acid profile of the composite feed that we are going to eventually so we should begin to think of how to adjust. Yes, when we teach feed formulation, we teach crude protein, okay? But in terms of the requirement for that animal to lay eggs, to make protein, okay, to make muscle tissue, okay, for consumption, it is amino acid. And when you formulate diet using corn as well as soybean, there's an order of amino acid limiting in that diet, and it is from methionine, lysine, threonine, okay, and it goes on and on like that. And so if we don't balance for those, we will just be wasting money. Our work, it will not be lost, yo. You didn't say good amen. One of the things I tell my students is I don't want to go back to the village. I don't want to go back. If I want to go back, maybe to go and greet them. But when somebody who is having 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 birds start losing 1 naira per bed per day based on wrong choice of feed material and wrong choice of formulation, you're going back to the village. There's no way you can stay in Lagos. Okay? Even the people in the village, they are not expecting you to come back. They're not expecting you to come back. They want you to stay there. Because the more you stay there, the more their own life is better. Okay? So we need to go back and continue to restructure and continue to know what we need to do as farmers to ensuring that we will be able to have good value for our farms. We have been in collaboration with NAFDAC for many years, and sometimes when they make noise, they're actually not the people making noise. Some people are actually making noise on their behalf. What we need is awesome food for one health. Okay? Such that when you eat anything, we all know that all of us, we are safe. And that is the issue that is involving regulation. Regulation has become a key aspect of industry and industrialization across the globe. And the better we all imbibe it, the better for all of us. I want to pray that our business will continue to boom, and whatsoever input is lacking now in our food chain, God will assist us to make amends. Implication, all of us must work hard. Okay? Work hard. Backward integration, work hard. New product development, work hard. I think we are still getting some money. We are still getting some money from importation. That's why all of us are still importing. By the time we don't get anything, we'll sit down. Okay, we'll sit down and say, what can we do? Okay, locally to ensuring that we continue to survive. You see, this business is still what is keeping this nation. Whether you like it or not. Because we must eat. Each of us must eat. You can give your clothes to your son, but the food you ate yesterday is gone forever. We need another one. So the food you are going to eat, there's no way you will keep for your children. There's no way. I pray that God will continue to help us. We'll be here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. Would like to questions. Would like to invite the MD of Agromerit. Sorry, I don't know if it's the doctor. I will say, but something no deeper. Sir, okay. Please put your hands together for.
Thank you, everyone. I am Samson Adetunji Odipe. Odipe means a consoler. It is an honor to be here today. Many thanks and respect to the organizers. Ma, I thank you so much, and your team. The Farmers Association, the Agromerits team, and everyone here present. I am a Nigerian from Ondo State. I know the situation of the country without being told. You know, people do business to make profits. That is the primary reason for doing business. But sometimes you have to sit back. After all this, what is my gain? I normally tell my people, as a supplier, if I'm laughing, at least you, my customer, you should be smiling, right? That's it. Even if you cannot laugh, at least you should be smiling. You know, the way we take business in this sector, sometimes it's so disheartening. To be sincere with you, I sat down with my team. I said, we want to do business beyond making money. After money, we should think of impact. People will hear your name, they will say thank you. If they cannot say thank you, at least inside of them, they will be praying for you. I left Nigeria 25 years ago. One of the sectors that I've been very close to is agro sector. For many years, I've been working with the Ministry of Agriculture of the Czech Republic. I see farmers smiling to the bank. But in Nigeria, the adverse is the case. I stand to be corrected. You know, people just think all I know is to bring in goods. I sell, either after buying from me, you go to the corner of your house and you are crying, it's none of my business. No. We normally tell people we are not all that interested in buyer and seller relationship. We need partnership. Yes, I want to feel you. I need feedback after supplying you. I want to stand by you unflinchingly. That is it. You know, in business, it's either you have short-term, medium-term, or long-term business. We are not for, coming to buy and, you don't come tomorrow. No. We sat down to provide solution to some extent to the best of our ability. If we want to buy anything from you, I don't just get your COA and say, okay, get me some samples. No. I must visit your factory. Take me through the process. You have to explain. I have no other place to be, that I can call my country. Those that are close to me, they will tell you. That is it. I want to contribute my quota, all thanks to God Almighty and the wonderful people I have around me as my team members. There's no difference between me and the least person in the office. Ask my people. Nigeria is a country of more than 220 million people, for goodness sake. The easiest business to do, as far as I'm concerned, is the agro-related business. Very simple. But people turned it to something else. We have NAFDAC today. There are many people that are running away from NAFDAC, right? It's a sign that we are working in line with the law, what their regulation stipulates. We will never go contrary to that. I told my people, I said, anything I want to do in my life, if I cannot go on my knees and say, God help me, I will not do it. I'm not being sentimental. I'm just saying this. Those that knows me, those that know me, they will tell you. When I think, few years back, we were selling poultry meal at 380,000 per ton, 400,000 per ton. This, before you know it, it went up to 750. Some producers called me. They said, Samson, we trust you. Please, let's sit down together. Go back to Europe and please do something to help the farmers. Then I went back, sat down with these people. I said, in Nigeria, we are not like Europeans. We are price sensitive. But at the same time, we value quality. Bringing in products, at least consistency, you should be able to guarantee consistency, right? But in some areas, you will bring A today to the farmers. Today, after a month, you tell them, oh, let me have that A that you gave me last month. Oh, sorry, this B is similar. Try it. That is why the agro sector turned to something that is no more profitable. People hardly say the truth. If we supplied you any product and you have issues with that, come to our office, send the old truck back to me, you will get your money back immediately. That is how we operate at Agro Merit Limited. We are not boasting. We have our reputation to protect. We have our name to protect. I wouldn't like a situation that at the end of the day, oh, we bought this from these people, oh, this is what we are facing. You must grow with us. All major producers of feed in Nigeria, they work with us. Ask them. From Olam down to Premier, all of them, every one of them, they work with us. The good news is that we've been in the market for many years. No complaint of any kind. Ask anybody. No complaint of any kind. People jokingly, they will query me, Samson, you are bringing the best product into the market and you are destroying the market. I said, how? They said, with your cheap price. I said, that is the best way I feel I could support my people. Sometimes we bring in a whole container, we make 200,000 naira. My people are here. But those that will take it from me and resell it, they will make 1 million. I am stupid, right? So we are blaming the government, blaming people in power. Contribute your own quota. That is what we stand for. That is it. If people cannot trust with something little, how would they trust you with big ones? So we guarantee quality at all times, affordability, traceability, consistency. Sometimes some of our producers, I will organize presentation. I will tell the producers, I connect them. I have nothing to hide. Talk to them, enlighten them, educate them. If you like, go back tomorrow that you are going to Europe, you are going to buy what I'm buying, where I'm buying from. It's your problem. I have nothing to hide. That is what we stand for. And I believe the Almighty will continue to strengthen the farmers. Let somebody say amen. We feel you. Really, we feel you. And we are ready to support you unflinchingly. That is my own piece. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity. God bless you.
Thank you so much for that. I think we can do better. Let's put our hands together for that. Okay, yes, we're going to take the questions now. Just hold on, sir. Hold on. We'll take the questions. But before we take the questions, I want to invite upstage Dr. Odunsi, who is the chairman of the MPS Nigerian Poultry Show. He was one time as state chairman, Poultry Association of Nigeria, Ogun State chapter. Please put your hands together for him. We've been having a great time since yesterday.
Great farmer, great NAFDAC, great regulator. Okay, it's a pleasure to be here. Let me thank the MD, Mr. Samson Odipe, the consolator. They console people, and you know there are strong names. I think there's Odipe, there's Owoka. Very strong names, you know. And well, I was in your office some time ago, and it's good to meet the delectable lady, the veterinary section. So I think number one, I want to thank ADM. Maybe my Southwest chairman will still do vote of thanks later, you know. But I felt very strongly to come out and talk now when our director was talking. You know, and once we hear NAFDAC, we want to run away. You know, but I now see that there are a lot of benefit, and Fafiolu is here. You know, Owambe. No, there should be a lot of collaboration with we're in the Animal Science Association of Nigeria together, Abi. Yes. There is Veterinary Association of Nigeria. There is Poultry Association of Nigeria. You know, I believe we need a lot of education, which has been, we are too far from each other. So I'm throwing the challenge now. When your office wants, when we have those issues, we invited you once. You know, so please, you know, for us to have wholesome meal, wholesome everything. So I'm putting it back to you that we need more collaboration. I know what it takes, somebody like Dr. Agbato and a lot of other people to fight before the veterinary section was created in NAFDAC. And I believe that there could still be more, you know. So please, what I'm just advocating for is that Agromerit has brought you here. We thank you, sir. So we need to want to see you more, because we can see that we need you more to give Nigerians wholesome meal and to take us to, you know, beyond where we are now. I just want to thank you for coming, and please ask your question. Don't let them go. Ask question, you know, so that we can have a better Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for that. Dr. Tunde already said that he would like to meet the state chairman, and I'm sure we would be able to get that done. Okay, yes, please, the questions. Please, you can come up. Yes, come forward. Please ask your questions.
Great farmers. Yeah, my question is to NAFDAC. We really appreciate you for what you are doing in the food industry, because without NAFDAC, probably maybe the population of this country would have diminished. But my question is, in the industry, in this our poultry industry, sir, we sometimes are vulnerable to some of our suppliers, especially during the glut period. That's the period that farmers look forward to cost maximization. So we sometimes leave the conventional food suppliers. These toll millers that you talked about, we have no option than patronizing them, because we also want to reduce our loss. We are already incurring loss on cost of production, on price and whatever. Sometimes we throw our eggs away, we bury eggs. But at this particular time, we want to minimize costs, and we patronize these people. I want to know what NAFDAC is doing to help us regulate this, the toll millers. Sometimes our people call them quack, because they just package whatever so what is NAFDAC really doing to help us regulate these toll millers in the poultry industry? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You want to take them together, right? Okay, good. Please question and straight to your question, please. And also, please, you can project the barcode again. On the program, we have the barcode at pigeonhole.net. You can click on it with the password 2023. NPS 2023, right? For that, put in your questions there. If you're unable to access that, get a sheet of paper from your jotter and quickly write down there. Give to one of our people, ushers or so. We pick it up from there, please, so that we can take the questions and they'll be able to answer to them once and for all.
Thank you, sir. In a nutshell, sir, maybe it is the media that goes wrong, or we the people that go wrong on this, because it is on social media, even on the Punch newspaper, that NAFDAC by the DG former, maybe it is president or former DG Mojisola Adeyeye, Professor Province 1, that said antibiotics should be banned in our animal feed, which has been raising so much concern. I don't know, maybe it's only me that saw it though. So I want to know why, and we are still using it in animal. I don't know, maybe we should go to organic, because thank God I'm under my guy is there, Professor Fafiolu. We bought kudos, sir. It brought me up to this standard. Yes, even from my master's level. So, sir, I want to know what was the major reason for the antibiotics to be banned in our animal feed, and right away we are still using it. Is it the social media or we? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yes, please. Come on.
Good afternoon. My question is not to NAFDAC. My question is to the presenter that presented on behalf of Agro Merit. He said something and I was very, very interested. I caught it. Why explaining the usefulness of bone and meal? He said that when you use it, there are some materials that you don't really need to include again because you'll just be spending your money. I would like to know a few things. I don't know whether to meet you privately, but I think it is better to ask because maybe some people may also have that. All why we are here is to know how to cut down the cost of production. And that is what some of us are facing. As at last year, I have 4,000 layers, and this year I've reduced it to 2,000. And the reason is just because of feed. So if I should know the materials that I can use, why you see the product you advertise and then you say it is of great benefit, then I should also know. Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have questions? Yes, come forward. Do we have questions from Pigeonhole yet? Okay, none.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tunde Agbola. I want to use this medium to commend Agromerit because, you know, I am a quality manager and I head the laboratory operation at Animal Care. One thing is that if you want to confirm one thing or the other concerning Agromerit, come and check the record in the laboratory. Though we won't show that to you, I'm just telling you that their name is highly pronounced as a patronizer of the laboratory. And what I'm saying is that, you know, when you are bringing in product, you have to check before it comes and you check after it arrived. You know, Agromerit cherishes checking of the quality of what they are bringing in. I'm not paid for this. In fact, I had to take authority from my boss that I have to come and say this because they do come to the laboratory to check the quality of what they are selling so that they will be able to beat their chest. So, and that is what others should copy so that you will be able to know what you are doing. The other aspect is the aspect of the NAFDAC. I want to urge NAFDAC to keep the gate effectively in terms of things that are coming into the industry. Because, you know, for animal feed or whatever from Nigeria to cross over to Europe it will be very, very difficult, like us going through the needle and the eye of the needle. We all know that. But for their own, whether from Asia, from different places, to come to Nigeria is so easy. You check dicalcium phosphate that you are relying on because of phosphorus, and it will have high level of calcium. You will think you are doing well, but by the time you check the phosphorus content, you will now be getting like 0.23 instead of something as high as 18%. Methionine, lysine, a lot of them are adulterated, and this is crumbling businesses. It is causing a lot of pains for the farmers. So please, I want to urge the NAFDAC. I know you are doing a lot, and I know there is a lot on your neck. It's somebody that doesn't know anything that will say NAFDAC is not doing what they are supposed to do. But please, I want you to do more so that more money will be saved into the purses of the farmers, and they will be able to have a big bottom line, which is the profit, instead of getting them wasted away in quality issues. Thank you so much.
Next question. Any other question? Okay, please come forward quickly.
Thank you. Prof, I greet you very well. Dr. Shibeku, I greet you too. And Mr. Jibola. Please, my question is as a small scale farmer. Now, I have my farm. I'm using finished feed. And suddenly I discover that my birds are laying eggs that are either thin-shelled or they are shellless. And I am thinking of what can I do? I still have the feed like this. What can I do quickly? I don't know how MBM is packaged. I cannot buy the big bag. Does it come in small packs that I can quickly introduce to these animals so that I get the quick results and come smiling again? That is my question.
Thank you, sir. So to add to that, because we were discussing that while I sat there, is to say, what is really the cost benefit? Merits, agro-merits. Agro-merits, the question is for them because they are the ones importing the. So what is really the cost benefit of this? Because yes, we've heard a lot about the advantages and all that, but for farmers, this thing comes to the naira and kobo of the. So he has spoken about, does it come in small packs? But somebody, my Mother Malawode was saying that does it? The amounts to be used, does it determine the cost? So we just want to have an idea of, will this further bring down the costs, or will this add to the cost that we have? And I don't think there's any other question to that. So I don't know who will go first, NAFDAC or you.
Thank you. I want all the people that ask questions to please be very, very attentive because I want to answer all those questions. And I think it's important for us to have right information. Okay. Now, the first question talks about the toll millers. What is NAFDAC doing to regulate the toll millers? NAFDAC have a regulatory regulation for toll millers. If you want to mill in my toll mill, ask me if I have been listed by NAFDAC. If I have not been listed by NAFDAC, you have two things to do. You can either walk away, or you advise me to be listed, because next time you won't come back if I'm not listed. You see, when we don't hold people accountable, they will do wrong and go scot-free with it. And when I'm answering the fourth question, I'm going to come back to this. But in a nutshell, I want the person that asked that question to know that NAFDAC is regulating the toll millers. But let us say the truth to ourselves. And let us be sincere to ourselves. Under the Nigerian Constitution, toll milling is under the purview of the local government. Just like bakery, mama put, canteen, and all that. If you don't know, I'm telling you now. That is it. But now that is regulating bread, for instance, because of the public health concern of the consumption of bromate. That does not remove the function from local government. We just want to be sure that the bread that is in the market does not contain bromate. That is why the type of registration number we give to bread is not the way we give to Pepsi, to Chocomilo, and all that. Now, the same thing goes to toll millers. The regulatory activities we carry out in toll milling is just good hygienic practice only. Good hygienic practice. And, you know, when you talk of good hygienic practice, it goes beyond, Mohammed, please come and answer this. So it goes beyond looking at the procedure. We want to see that your procedure does not contaminate and the hygiene status of your facility impact positively on the product that you are producing. And that is the essence of listing the toll millers. So I want us to know that. And we are not stopping local government from doing their work. Now, the second question goes to antibiotics. What you read that the DG NAFDAC said is a science-based conclusion that spanned through about 8 years of experiment in collaboration with international organizations before we made the pronouncement. The first pronouncement of banning antibiotics are used in production of animal feed or mold inhibitor in animal feed was first made in December 2018 by my humble self on behalf of the DG. And if you Google my name, you will see the newspaper there. Right. Please, let's get something clear. Using antibiotics as growth promoter does not do you any good. I wish I can see the face of the person that asked that question. Bros, you are a scientist now. What is the function of the antibiotics in the feed? To kill the gram-positive, to enhance the growth of those ones that are beneficial for the feed. You can get it from probiotics. That same function, you will get it from probiotics. Now, why do we now ban it? Those ones that are being resistant, you know the quantity of antibiotics you put in that feed is sub-liter. It won't kill, right? They are building resistance to it. And if you keep on that production system in the next 15, 20 years, you will have resistant strain of Salmonella, at least Salmonella resistant strain in your farm. So if we don't ban that use, that's just we don't know what we are doing as regulators. The first time we made the proposal that we are banning it, Federal Ministry of Agri questioned us that if you ban it, what do you want them to use? And unfortunately, when we were writing that proposal, we didn't put alternative. They sent it back. That is why it was delayed till December 2018. We replied to it, that alternative, enzymes, probiotics, prebiotics, organic acid. You can use this. It will give you the same result, if not better result. But if you keep on using antibiotics, you may say it's a bit cheaper, but you are building resistant. The day your chicken will fall ill, that man from Animal Care saw me when I took some sample to him, to your lab. You remember? All the samples were all resistant to the first 2 lines of antibiotics. The issue I was having on that farm that time was not the breaking vaccine, but resistant pathogen. And let me tell you this, farmers, resistant pathogen is with us in Nigeria. Please be careful. Don't take visitor in your pen, no. Anybody that comes to greet you and cannot greet you outside the farm should go back to his house. Because that is your lifeline. And that is what you are breathing on. Please don't compromise it. Your biosecurity should be stronger than before. Antibiotic resistance is with us, and we are fighting it We are working hard to see what we can do to it. So that's my answer to that. Then, one of our brothers from Animal Care seek for NAFDAC to do more. Yes, NAFDAC is willing to do more, but you too do more. Okay? Well, I can understand the plight of Animal Care, but that should not be a factor. When VMAP started, like Baba Odusi said, PAN really worked hard, especially the former president of Animal Care of blessed memory, Baba Agbato, did wonderful well. And when VMAP started, Animal Care was part of our resource people that taught the country to enlighten everybody that NAFDAC have not come to kill your business, but to enhance it. And whenever they see Animal Care with us, they relax. All right? So we want more of the presence of Animal Care, more of the presence of Agromerit, more of the presence of Top Feed, Premier. They were with us before. We usually have been to many talks with them, but then maybe the economy is not too friendly, we can understand. But we can still discuss. Send mail to us. We will respond, interact. Tell us what is happening in the industry. Let us know where we can step in. What can we do? We'll be willing to do it. And finally, my brother that talked about poor egg. I know Agromerit is coming to answer your question. But I'm going to say this from regulatory perspective. If you buy feed from Tunde Feed Nigeria Limited, the company has not come. Maybe when I retire, it will come. Okay. Right. Right? And you now discover that, okay, when you buy in August, your eggs were good, they are big, they are not shellless, they are fine, you enjoy the market. You now order for the next consignment, all right, from the same company, no, and the egg now begin to become shellless. Tell NAFDAC. Do you hear me? Send a mail to vmap@nafdac.gov.ng. I know many people will not do it. You understand? That is why I have the confidence to say it. They won't do it. Nigerian farmers, they will say, now me go report them to NAFDAC. So look, when I do you a wrong and you don't resist, I will keep on doing the wrong. That's one. Then two, do you know that that problem may not be intentional to the miller? But if you let us know that, oh, this problem exists, what will NAFDAC do? Let me tell you what we're going to do so that your expectation will not be too high. Okay? We are going to collect the batch number of that feed. That feed that you feed to the animal that is giving you shellless, poor egg and all that, we will collect the batch number. We will go to the factory. We will demand for their batch formulation record for that batch. We will now profile all the ingredients they use. Where do you get them for? Who gave it to you? Under what storage condition are they? That is what we call root cause analysis. I have done it several times, and I'm telling you, I'm still doing it. It's at no cost to the company. There is somebody, a company, I will not want to mention the name. They produce a fish feed. Farmer feed the fish to their catfish, and the catfish begin to have broken skull, dying. So they reported to us. We went to the company, we sat down with them, we traced it, and we're able to trace that problem to the methionine, the quality of the methionine they use. They got it from China and it was adulterated. They did not wait for NAFDAC lab analysis on that consignment to come out before they put it into production. And that is what caused the problem for them. And we provide solution to them. Get the genuine one, go and do a small experiment to know how can you do the level of inclusion to dilute it so that you can save the money. Then don't use it for fish again. Take it to another species of animal that can undo the little deficiency. Now, if NAFDAC was not told, they will keep on fighting themselves and problem will persist. Please, when you have problem with the feed, just make a mail, vmap@nafdac.gov.ng. You can equally do afpd.vmap@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Just a minute before you go. So when you do the root cause, what happens? Some people are asking, does the farmer get compensated? What happens? Or is it that what you do now helps to prevent further from that? That's one. Two, when we have lots of other additives or these things going into the feed, apart from the MBM, that the quality are horrible and bad. They come through the pot. So somebody tapped and said, please, can you try to ask NAFDAC, why is it that at the pot where they are being cleared, they cannot be sent back like they send our own back from Europe to Nigeria? Why can't NAFDAC or government or whoever?
NAFDAC have the power to send back, but you will not allow us to send back. How? I'm going to answer you. Listen, let's be together. Calm down, madam. We are here. We are not running away. Calm down. When consignment arrive to our big-time importers like Agromerit do 40 containers, 80 containers per shipment. We will sample 1 out of every 5. We won't sample all. We call it risk-based. Now, when we run the profile of the company, now presently, it might interest you to note that we don't sample Agromerit. We wait for possibility of customer complaint, because over years we've profiled it. Why should we keep on putting chemical on their product when over years we're sure that the product they're bringing in is guaranteed? Do you understand? We call it risk-based analysis, right? Now, to others, we may decide to take, maybe for some of my friends that are not frequent importers, I issue the permit, I know them. Some may get permit this year, they won't come next year, they come up a year. Because what they import this year, we see them through. Not necessarily the marketer, now those producers, all right? So when you bring in 10 containers, we can sample 2. But because you are the user, we won't give you priority on analysis line. You will run Roma calls. So you will take your consignment out of port. There may be 3 weeks or 4 weeks after we do your analysis report will be out. If it does not fail, we don't talk to you. Continue your business. But if it fails, then we give you what we call alert. Stop production because of A, B, C, D. Right. But believe me, you must have used it for some people. Right? Now that is where the answer to the first question comes in. So, but if it fails at that point, we have the power to say we reject this from coming in. Now, depending on the kind of purchase contract you have with the overseas company, some may use LC, that we may stop payment. You won't pay the overseas company because the product is not good, based on our regulatory findings. And if you stop payment, there are 2 options. The fellow abroad may recall. That shows we have to clear. If nobody is clearing a consignment from the port in international trade, there will be no freight on board. There must be somebody that will collect it. So our own beans that they were returning, most of them were not returned, they were destroyed. We call it rejects. They reject it to enter in. Because if you allow it to come back, you are clearing it at the port here. So many people will not see to returning it. You understand? Now, when a product fails and there is a liability incurred by farmer, maybe some birds died or some fish died or whatever, what will NAFDAC do? NAFDAC will pin out the problem, we do the root cause. We want to first of all stop that problem does not continue. We stop it. Now, the question now is what happens to the farmer? We bring the farmer and the manufacturer or the supplier together to settle themselves. NAFDAC does not have the power to say compensate, but we have the power to refer you to FCCPC, Consumer Protection Council. Those are the ones that can say you must pay. But if you insist that you want compensation, NAFDAC can be a witness to your request. We can stand in the court to say, yes, we analyze, the problem is from the product, and we discover A, B, C, we've told the 2 of them. The judge will now decide. But NAFDAC mandate does not have the power to say, bros, pay her 10 million for the damage you have caused. We don't have that power. That power is with the Consumer Protection Commission.
Thank you. Please let's put our hands together for him. So it's obvious that a lot of things that surrounds businesses, not even businesses, even our lives generally in this country, is just ignorance. We don't know that we have the power or the ability to go about some things in a way. And maybe because in some instances we've done them, and because of the Nigerian factor, you'll find somebody somewhere who will sabotage, who is on the side of the person who is sabotaging you. So because of that, we give up on that. But thank you for that revelation, and I'm sure some people have taken note on what to do. So, Agromerit, the one or two questions that came to you, please.
Thank you, my brother. There are two issues I want to handle here. The issue of how the product really helps you to cut costs. Inside A, anytime you are using a product that's substandard, you are going to end up spending more money. Substandard product, no matter how cheap they are going to naturally end up more expensive. That's the truth. For example, there's a need for protein buildup. Maybe you are raising broiler, and my prophet said it, there's nothing called crude protein again. CP, it's amino acid profile. You see, in your formulation, you have to look for this amino acid profile and analyze. And meat and bone, please, is just a feedstock. So for me to actually see what you are doing, we have to see the combination and recombination of different raw material you are using in your formulation. It's not going to be meat and bone alone. It's not a complete feed. It just supply protein. For example, you may be using soya before, and you find that you need to complement this with a meat and bone. So instead of using soya maybe 5 kg, you are now bringing it down to soya 2 kg, meat and bone 3 kg to make 5 kg. But it's beyond that. You have to know other recombined products, are they of high quality too? And that's where Agromerit is going. At the time we come, your feed formulation, you have rest because you are having a standard product for them. For example, maize is not maize. 5 customers, 5 farmers buy maize, they are not going to end up the same maize. And you come to me, sir, can you help me with the formulation? I did a formulation recipe for you. You carry the paper. Maize 50 kg, soya 20 kg, meat and bone 30 kg. And you go and mix it in different form. You will end up not having the same result. Because that maize he has taken by a batch may be different to another one. Even the same product from the same customer, you had a NAFDAC, consistency, trust must be built up. That's why when you come, we check the batch. If the consistency is not there, there's nothing we can do. So if you are doing this kind of cost formulation or feed formulation, we need to see your recipe, and we are free for now. I'm open to everybody. I will pick up my phone number or the address. We can talk on WhatsApp on another thing. Where we look at your recipe for this different recipe based on my own recommendation. Maize has a standard. Soya have a standard. In fact, the soya you are using is the most problematic entity now in the market, because the product level is there, but there is a denaturation in the cooking test. If it's overcooked, sir, what happened to the profile? It's gone. So you are buying, we say to the local farmer that you have killed the protein you bought. The protein you use your money to buy, you have killed it in nature. Somebody want to fry egg, it will fry to brown, reddish brown to impress his girl or somebody else. You don't need to do that. By the time egg coagulate, you are done. So extra heat you give to the egg, turn brown, black, and yellow, greenish, you have destroyed the protein. You are just eating fiber, you are just eating taste. The protein is the nature. So you must go to quality control for every raw material. But we are saying having the whole standard, you can move from 2% to 5% inclusion rate of our meat and bone meat here. Let me tell you one thing. At a 30% inclusion rate in the profile, in the standard profile, it will give you your DCP of 1%. 30. We actually give you a DCP of 1%. And the MPC monophase phase of 0.75%. and your final feed formulation at 1.5% of your calcium, 65% of your phosphorus is all right. So if that level of equation is all right, why must I? Because a lot of people are coming, sir. Do you want to buy DCP? Why are you looking for DCP? They say calcium, phosphorus. No. In fact, your maize have some element. So at the profile level, there's a congregation of these nutrients, and then we look at the aggregate and see what is needed to put. It's called specific formulation. Specific formulation. Extra is a waste. You don't need it. Below is a risk. It's a loss. So you can see us, and very soon we're going to have a farmer forum where we're going to have a lot of a showpiece of a formulation. But for now, I was trying to hit up some times ago, and I received caution. Because I know there are professionals here who live by this thing every day. But institutionists around you, they can help you out. For the share that is cracking, I want to tell you professionally, if egg begin to crack in the farm, I can tell you it may not because of what they call it now, deficient in the calcium phosphorus alone. It may not. It's a long way physiology. If there is a blockade of what is your feed, for example, your phosphorus comes from the plant source, for example, and it's not released. And me, I add 5 days to me to leave my phosphorus. You say, no, put enzyme, but enzyme no be protein, no be energy. So why do you put enzyme? And the cost of putting enzyme there per kilo is about 0.3 kobo. 1 ton of feed costs about maybe for 1 ton of 1,000 kg costs less than 1,200 naira. And then you say, no, sir, it's not protein, it's not energy. Why must it? So your level of inclusion of nutrients is beyond protein and energy now. It's beyond that. For example, now we are agronomy a step up to move to the issue of your gut. This is where we are working on now. Your gut himself, your digestive system. If he's sick, most of these things we are talking about will not get the result. So it's a holistic, comprehensive nutritional what we are working at now. In those days, we talk about a crude protein. Now we are talking about a amino acid profile. Now we are talking about a gut etiology now. We have to take care of the gut where there's a transit, a relay of these nutrients in the system. We have a toxic binder here that capture. I told somebody, I said, this toxic binder capture everything you need. Put toxic binder there. We have a farm of 200,000 now in this part of your state here that are using our product. I say it's very fantastic. I brought 2 bags there. They use these 2 bags, just use it. Because I just use it. They finish using it, say, sir, we need more. So beyond protein and energy, there are a lot of things that are involved in nutrition. I will ask you a question. How many times have you consulted an expert in that small farming you are doing? That's the problem we're having. We don't know, and we assume we know. Or we thought we know. As you see me now, I consult, I read every day. Every day I have to read to develop myself. So if you are not consulting an expert, whatever you are doing, a helpmate, somebody has to help you, you always fail in that business. You have to see a mentor. Some of us, we have no mentor anywhere. We're just growing on ourselves. I'm 45 years old in this time. At 30 years, who mentor you? No. He live by mistake, falling and rising. So the first thing, get an expert around you who helped you out. I think where you are doing that, you are going to solve your problem. Number 2, of the smaller scale of the quantity. My ED is here. He can discuss that about getting your smaller quantity and I'm advocating that too, that even a small farmer, but the result is going to be aggregation. You can form together as an association, PANOC or ASAN, then you buy in bulk and then you can supply. But he is going to tell you how you can have this small quantity you are requesting for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has just said it. It's not convenient for us to retail the way you want because we have large volumes and most of our products are pre-ordered. So you ask for it before we bring it. Or for instance, you tell me this is your consumption in so-so quarter. We can plan for it. But we don't stockpile. Because it doesn't make economic sense to stockpile. The dollar is going up and down. And then you go and keep some goods. When you come, you tell me dollar is now this. And I bought it with when the dollar was high. So it doesn't make sense to stockpile. But we deal with customers based on their orders. But just like he suggested, when you have aggregate retail orders, we can aggregate them together. For instance, if people in locality of Oyo, for instance, or Awe wants like the equivalent of 3 containers. You can aggregate it together and supply ones. That is better for us than retailing, because retailing is not it for us, because you have to stockpile to retail. I hope you understand that. And I want to seize the opportunity to thank NAFDAC for giving this technical support. It is not easy to bring NAFDAC out of Lagos, but we thank God we were able to do it, also as a way of supporting PANOC. And we thank God that they answered our call. Also, Prof from the university here, we had to do a lot of writing, but we thank God he is here. And we want to encourage us to partner with regulators, because the essence is that we will have opportunities to come together and learn from them, because they know more than us and they have what we are looking for. It's not only agro-merit. All of us can do it. It doesn't mean that you must earn millions to be able to bring people together. In your thousands, you can bring them together and achieve what you hope to achieve. So I want to seize this opportunity to thank everyone for being here, for sitting and listening to us. And I want to crave your indulgence that we actually made provision for about 100 people. And what we met here was almost 200. So what we provided was inadequate, but it wasn't our fault. We never expected that we'll have 200 people in the hall. So we were only able to meet up with 100 people. So please, we crave your indulgence. We ask that you forgive us. Next time we are doing this, we will over-project. And I want to thank the CEO of companies. I want to thank CEOs who are working with us. Our bankers just left. And I want to thank especially PANOC for granting us this the indulgence, for giving us the space to show off our relationship with the NAFDAC authorities. I want to thank God for your safe journey back to where you have come from, especially for those who came from Lagos. I want to cover each and every one of you with the blood of Jesus. And I ask that your journey back will be safe in Jesus' name. Thank you for coming, and I hope that when we call you again, you will not fail to come and grace the occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we wrap it up, just 2 items more. I'll call on the national PRO who is from PANLAG to come and give a vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers. He's one of our strong people for this event. Thank you, sir.
Great farmers? No farmer? Well, it has been a day. We want to thank God for giving us a fair weather and for Johnny Mercies, as many that were able to make it. We want to also thank Agro-Merit for always, well, just like you said, you are here to support the industry, and which we believe that you are doing. And I pray that God will bless the business. The business will never come down. We also want to thank NAFDAC for their support. Just like they said, before people were running away from them, but now we are running to them. So we pray that we'll continue to have a better collaboration. And also, Prof, thank you very much. You have always been there for us. I also want to believe that the academic and the producers, we all will be working together, just like other clients are doing, so that we'll get better results. And to my great farmers, I want to let you know that there are better days ahead. We must not give up. Let us keep floating like the Naira. We'll get there by the grace of God. So tomorrow is another day. from all we have been doing, for those of us that have been coming for this MPS program, you can see that it is getting better by the year. And by the grace of God, in no time from now or some years to come, we'll become like the international world, like the IPP of the world and other international shows. So I want to say thank you to everybody. God bless you. Tomorrow is another day. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that. Before we leave, Agromerit, I hope you're aware, we have people from the north. I hope you've met them today. You can meet them before they go. We have the national vice president, who is from the north, so he's also seated here and all that. He's done that. They've done that earlier. All right. My name is Adeiga Omuti. Co-hosting this event is Mr. Wode and Oluwapo with me. Want to appreciate you very well, and also Mrs. Alawode, who has been a great support for us today to make this syndicate session a perfect and a great one. Thank you, everyone. We expect you tomorrow morning for the last session. All right.
Please, let's endeavor to come earlier tomorrow, so that we will not need to remove time to cover up for time.
Thank you, everyone.